main task today, and my great pleasure, is to introduce Dr. Pauline Rankin, Carleton University's Vice President Academic and Provost, the Chief Academic and Budget Officer for the university. It's been a privilege to know and work with Pauline over many years. I won't tell you how many because that would say something about me. Dr. Rankin has a substantial record of academic leadership at Carleton, having served, among other roles, as Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, as Vice President of Research and International, and as Director of what is now the Feminist Institute for Social Transformation and the School of Indigenous and Canadian Studies, where she holds the rank of Professor. In addition to her many publications related to gender and politics, Dr. Rankin has been deeply committed to advancing professional practice in NGOs and in governments, particularly in global gender and development projects, offering strategic advice in Ukraine, China, Ethiopia, Jordan, South Africa, Turkey, and many other places. Dr. Rankin, we're delighted to have you join us and open this session.
Thank you, Susan, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's also a pleasure to be introduced by Susan Phillips, who's had a very influential impact on my own career. And yes, we won't say for how long, because that would say something about both of us, actually. So I'm honored to be here this morning to speak on behalf of Carleton's leadership. Let me begin by acknowledging that Carleton is situated on the traditional unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. This territorial acknowledgement runs deeper than words and invites us all to consider the ways in which we pursue conciliation with Indigenous peoples. As some of you may know, Carleton was founded 81 years ago, in part by donations from Ottawa community leaders with the goal of serving the public. That mission remains true today. Serving Ottawa and the world remains true to our community-centric roots and our sense of purpose. On campus, as you can imagine, students are immersed in many fields of study, motivated by hands-on experience in the classroom as they prepare for careers in the rapidly changing job market. But the true impact of their studies is their potential as graduates. Like many of you, and they are driven by a desire for change, to change the world and to contribute to the greater good over the long term. Here in Canada, we know that the charitable sector contributes to that greater good every day by assisting the most vulnerable in our society, protecting our environment, supporting health research, and enriching our lives through arts, faith, and sports. This represents the efforts of more than 170,000 charities and organizations and nonprofits, along with a multitude of donors and volunteers who support them. In economic terms, the sector accounts for 1 in 10 full-time jobs. So we know, and you know even better than me, that the charitable sector's impact is immense. And yet, despite its significance, Canada lags behind other countries in terms of professional education and research and development in the field. While there are more than 200 universities in the United States with graduate degrees related to nonprofit management and philanthropy, and 50 research centers in the field, Canada has only one graduate program tailored to leadership positions in the sector, the Master of Philanthropy and Nonprofit Leadership, proudly hosted right here at Carleton. Since its launch, the MPNL has become the premier source of training and research for the charitable sector. Today, it's 250 graduates, and I would note, because of my interest in feminist activism, that 85% of those graduates are women. They are in leadership or leadership track positions across the sector. As well, the applied research generated by the faculty, fellows, and graduate students has enhanced professional practice in charities and informed Canadian public policy. As you will hear today, MPNL has aspirations to scale this work by establishing a centre focused on research and development for Canada's charitable philanthropic sector. So through education, research, knowledge mobilization, and engagement with the community, we are acting as catalysts for lasting social change. Projects like the Charity Impacts Canada project are vital for the sector and help to ensure that policymakers, practitioners, researchers, and the general public have accurate, timely, and comprehensive information related to the charitable sector in Canada. Data evaluation, artificial intelligence, and digital and data literacy are critical for the sector's growth, and so we must continue to support this initiative and find creative ways to extend its reach. I want to offer thanks to the Muttart Foundation for your leadership and unwavering support to the MPNL and the CICP initiative, and to the consortium of funders, including the Lawson Foundation, the Vancouver Foundation, and the Medcalf Foundation. This collective effort is unique and underscores the importance of the project and the value it can bring to communities across the country. The partners in the donor consortium supporting the work have demonstrated unparalleled leadership and an exciting long-term vision for the sector. I also want to thank and acknowledge the Faculty of Public Affairs for providing the conference facilities today, the CICP team led by Paloma Rago, and all of you for joining us today and your willingness to engage in meaningful discussions about these issues. So now I'll invite Paloma, Associate Professor in the School of Public Policy and Administration and core faculty in the master's program, to say a few words.
Hi, everyone. We are here almost wrapping our first year, so I think we deserve a little round of applause for just getting here. So thank you, Provost Rankin. Thank you, everyone, for being here in person or online. Hi, everyone. The Charities Insights Canada project, Projet Canada Perspective des organismes de bienfaisance, that's why there's a long acronym, was the response to a challenge we received. How can we deliver real-time data about the sector? The team at Carleton responded with this, dare I say, groundbreaking project. So every week, for now 45 weeks, we have asked questions to a group of randomly selected charities across the country. Our teams include governance, policy, funding, equity, diversity, emerging crisis, collaboration, and Indigenous priorities. As we wrap year one of the project, we hope to learn from our speaker today and the audience about the next step. Throughout the day, you will hear us discuss and reflect about the state of knowledge about the nonprofit and charitable sector. You will first hear Bob Wyatt, Executive Director of the Muttart Foundation and formidable champion of the sector in building its capacity. He will tell us about the origins of this project and offer reflections about building the sector's capacity for several years or decades. You will hear from the CICP team some of the challenge we face. How were we able to convince exceptionally busy people to participate week after week for a year and give us their insight? We will also share some of our insights. I can talk forever, those who know me, and we won't, but you'll have a glimpse of what we found. We will hear from one of our panelists in year one. What has it been, the experience like being on the panel? So I don't know what they're going to say, hopefully good things. And then we'll enjoy a small refreshment. I wanted to acknowledge and thank Aja and its CEO, Michael Lesner, a global consultancy focused on data and technology that is sponsoring our first refreshment. So thank you so much. Later today, Michael and another members of Imagine Canada will be on a panel, so we'll get to hear from him. So we will also learn and have a keynote address by Professor Wendy Wong, who will be joining us from the University of British Columbia online. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here in person, but we have a pretty cool setup, so it's going to be almost like she's with us. She will talk about this new world of data, how it relates to privacy, human rights, and data ownership. Real questions that we should be asking ourselves. After lunch, we will hear from David Lasby of Imagine Canada, Malcolm Lesner, CEO of AJA, and Sharmila Kher, Director General of the Charities Directorate at the Canadian Revenue Agency. They will tell us more about the current data landscape and their own work in the space. And then we'll have time for the audience and the people online to interact and ask questions. The second refreshment break is sponsored by TD Meloche Monex, and we would like to really thank them for filling our bellies and giving us coffee to survive this long day. We will conclude the day with an armchair discussion. So it's a more informal way for us to really discuss and debate with Professor Boyega Ojo, Canada Research Chair in Artificial Intelligence and Governance at the School of Public Policy and Administration. So we will look and learn from his experience, decades of experience, working in digital initiative at the government, and how can this apply to our sector. So before we proceed, and I promise I'll keep it short now, I have 1 minute left, I wanted to tell you briefly about the art exhibit that you see outside. So during the break and lunch, I invite you to go out, look at the art that has been generated by our data. There are some pieces that are more obvious in terms of colors and you follow the legends. Other pieces are perhaps more abstract, but it's worth thinking, what does it mean? What does it represent? The idea here was really to realize data is everywhere around us, and it can be represented in different ways, and it represents different things to people. And so you will see, and the CICP team has been laughing at me a bit. I'm a big fan of QR code, as you have noticed. But for those who don't know how QR codes function, I'll just explain because it took me a long time to know how they function. You just take your phone, you open your camera, and you point it at, you don't need to download an app, you just point it at the QR code, and a link will open, you click, and then you will see. So you will see that each art has 2 QR codes. So you will see the traditional data, how it looks, you know, when we look at typically bar graphs, percentage, and then the little video, the GIF video of how this piece came about. And I would like to thank our data specialists here, Rohan and Sai. And if you have any question about how this was done, they are the people that will answer that. For the people online, and one of the things you will notice that each posters have 2 versions. Because we did realize one important thing, we value data literacy, and we think data literacy is key to access information and knowledge, but there's also data accessibility. When we represent things, we have to be mindful that perception also and seeing it is important. As we were using Carleton's color, we realized that some people with color deficiency might not be able to appreciate the nuance. So we found a palette, an alternative palette to represent. So that's why you have all these different colors today. Just to be mindful that data is everywhere, but should be accessible to everyone in all its forms. Lastly, I wanted to say not only thank you to our funder who believe in this project and the sponsors like AJA and TD Meloche Monex for the refreshment, but to all the people who made this day possible. Whereas the people on AV today, the people at the School of Public Policy and Administration, at the Faculty of Public Affairs, and in particular, the CICP team. They have worked so hard behind the scenes, like little ducks. Calm on the surface, but very busy underneath. And lastly, and most importantly, I want to thank all the practitioners who share their insight every week and keep doing it despite being busy, facing challenges, and improving the world in which we live. So let's start the day. And I invite the presenters to come on stage and Bob Wyatt to start us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Paloma. And good morning. Dr. Rankin, thank you for being here. Within the world of academia, having the provost open a session such as this is a great honor. And on behalf of all of us, I appreciate you being here today. I'm sure you've got a few other things to do to run the university, so feel free to leave. Okay. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today as we approach the first anniversary of the CICP initiative. Consider what's been accomplished and what is still ahead. For the last half of MATART's 70-year history, we've had a major focus on building the capacity of the sector and organizations within it. And for the last 25 years, much of our work has focused on the policy capacity of the voluntary sector. In undertaking this work, our successive boards of directors have agreed that the sector needs to be assisted to promote systemic change, whether that is in responding to the needs of those served by charities, or whether it is to ensure a policy and regulatory environment that allows those organizations to operate most effectively. Our work has taken the form of core funding grants to umbrella organizations and discrete initiatives that make it possible for charities to be at the tables where policy decisions affecting them are being made. One of those discrete initiatives, of course, is the Charity Insights Canada project. It is hardly news that there is a lack of data about Canada's voluntary sector. It is a problem that has been high on the agenda of many organizations for many years. Given what the sector is called upon to do in Canada and elsewhere, it is or should be a source of significant embarrassment that the last comprehensive statistical study of the sector occurred in 2003. And even more of an embarrassment that some of us are still using the numbers from that study. The issue is not just one for the sector. This lack of data means that policy decisions affecting the sector are being made in the dark. Governments and even non-governmental funders are relying on assumptions and conclusions that may or may not be correct. And their decisions will directly impact charities and those that they serve. The problem became acute during the COVID pandemic. We were all hearing anecdotes about charities in trouble, about others that were having to change everything they were doing, about the possibility of failures of organizations that are critical to their communities. What we didn't have was anything more than anecdotes. While I read about business organizations providing real-time data, we did not have the same luxury with information about our sector. What information we had related to situations canvassed several weeks or months earlier. When the world was living in 2-week cycles, that wasn't as helpful as we might have hoped. So, of course, I went to that font of all knowledge related to the sector, Susan Phillips, and asked why the business community could do real-time data but we couldn't, or at least didn't. We talked it through. She has tolerated me for more years than either of us want to talk about. And she said that yes, it was probably possible to get statistically reliable information about the sector in near real time. After a discussion with our board about the implications of having that information in real time, we asked for some proposals. And Carleton came up with a beauty of a proposal. Its plan included not only gathering data and analyzing it, but also teaching charities how to use data in their own work. Our board was sold, and we committed the first part of the required funding for a 5-year project. To my delight and gratitude, the possibilities of the project were also immediately obvious to others. And I was delighted that my colleagues at the Lawson Foundation, the Vancouver Foundation, the Metcalf Foundation, and an anonymous donor soon joined in. And you've seen the results. In the past several months, we've learned about the thoughts of a representative panel of sector organizations about what they're doing and what issues they're facing. With each week's survey, we are learning a bit more about the sector, and that is a very good thing. Not every bit of information is actionable, at least not immediately. But we know so much more than we did a year ago, and that knowledge will only increase. And as it does, we will be better positioned to describe the pressing needs of the organizations we all wish to support. That value will increase as we cite the data in more articles and reports, not just academic, but also those intended for more general audiences. And it will increase even more as we use it to help governments understand us better, and as we as funders find new and better ways to address the systemic issues that hold back our colleagues from doing the best job they possibly can. For the rest of today, you'll hear about the project from a variety of perspectives. The most important part, though, is that we're together discussing data that we've always needed and finally have. Thank you.
So I'm the person following this, so it's going to be difficult. I'll try to do justice. I would ask the AV team if they could put up our presentation. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So as you will see throughout the presentations, there are some QR codes. So feel free to go and check out either the data or the websites that I'm referring to. So I'm pleased today to tell you a bit more about the project, explain its logic. Then after Callie, our Chief Project Officer, will tell you about our recruitment strategy, which was kind of novel, and we're still learning about this. And then I'll conclude and present you briefly some of the insights. And there is so much we could say and not enough time that I'll just give you a glimpse and hopefully enough that you will go and look and absorb the data yourself. So this should work or not. Okay. Oh, did it? Okay, perfect. So in Canada, there are about, at least when we did the original sampling, 84,000 registered charities. There are different types, as we know, private foundations, public foundations, or charities, for public purpose. In this 84,000, there are about 11,000, more or less, private or public foundations. So this is just to give you an idea, and as Provost Rankin said, it accounts not only the registered charities, but it accounts for a lot of the workforce in Canada. as Bob mentioned, we came at a point where there were a lot of conversation among researchers, and I talk also from the research perspective, that we needed data about the Canadian sector that we could play with, discover. There's a lot of information. We use data from the US, and when I began teaching here in the program, and we have some alums here from the first cohort, a lot of the information I was sharing was actually based from organizations based in the US. So there was a really deep need here. And one of the things as an academic that we struggle often with is this publication lag. We're in a very extractive industry. Even though as researcher our goal is to share the knowledge, we take a lot of insights and then we put it into a machine, and 2 years later maybe a paper comes out and we go back to the practitioner, share an insight, and they're like, okay, I was done with this issue 3 weeks after I mentioned it to you, because I moved on. And so how do we do this? How do we share knowledge, at least quickly enough, so people can think, analyze, and then, in the background, it still takes us time, even though I would love to change academia and its speed. I can't by myself, so we all have to do it collectively. But sharing it rapidly enables all of us to learn quickly, react, and reflect. So, and in order to really step out of this extractive cycle where we go talk to practitioners, give us our time, please, as a researcher, we need your time, and rarely give back. How could we do this? We have to think, innovate in terms of methodologies, because we do things we know, but when you take risks sometimes, because this project could have easily not worked. And so when you're willing to take a risk and people are willing to support that risk, you can get big rewards. So just briefly, the project is based on 3 core pillars. The first one, I call it the knowledge, le savoir, which basically is really related to the production of knowledge that we do weekly. On the Wednesday, we send an email to our panelists with little questions. On the Friday, the data is available. On the Monday, we send a reminder and a link to our report, and we repeat. And we have been doing this for 45 weeks and maintain a good response rate. Eventually, we'll also share the entire data and administrative data anonymized per organizations. But again, we're focusing on breaking the cycle of being extractive, and then we're going to step back as researcher and continue producing peer-reviewed knowledge. But our priority was to respond to the needs of the practitioners. The second pillar is around more policy or supporting organizations that are already doing the work of advocacy, supporting the need for charities on the ground to demonstrate their need with facts. Oftentimes, some of these findings, a lot of people will say, yeah, I knew that, it's not surprising. But now you can actually refer to something and cite this to demonstrate your need to your supporter, your members, your funders. And so our hope is that this really helps support the work that is being done across the country and by organizations like Imagine Canada. And the last pillar is this idea of community education. We as educator look, and as researcher, we get all excited about data. It's great, there's tons of data everywhere. I want more of it, it's worth a lot. The data gold rush, everyone wants data. But if you don't fundamentally are able to access, talk about data, be literate in data, what's the point? It's going to be increasingly reserved to an elite, technical elite, and then you get information where you're like, sounds good, I'm sure that's okay, they must have done it correctly. And our goal here is to really build this data literacy. So we're producing small, short clips. If you go on the website, you'll see 5 minutes. And my students of research method will laugh or cringe, I'm not sure, but what is a variable? What is data? And we build these blocks to eventually get a bit more complicated, to give enough information to know what you don't know. And then people will, hopefully do a master's or do something else. So these are the 3 core pillars. Some of the challenges that we faced here were that Canada has one of the best system of open data on the charitable sector in the world. Like our data, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of information. One of the big challenges we have is that a lot of it, unfortunately, is incomplete or incorrect. That makes it really difficult for researchers, for organizations to reach, recruit people to answer questions, and to draw really inferences based on this incomplete. I give you an example, and Kelly will talk a bit more about it. We set up and decided, okay, we need to recruit people. We're going to call them. We're going to email them. We had all these big plans, and we realized about 30% of the contact information on the form is just wrong. There's either a typo, it's blank, or the emails are not the right emails, or they bounce, the names have changed. How do we do that? And that's, thank you to my RAs, that's a lot of manual work and a lot of effort. So we'll have to think collectively, I hope, of how can we improve this? How can we make sure that also this problematic gap gets filled and addressed? We also realized there are some groups that are really hard to reach. A big chunk of the registered charity are volunteer-led organizations. So you call them all you want, they're busy doing work or other things to enable them to be volunteers. So we had to create and be creative and think a bit outside the box, create subsamples to make sure that we have these organizations. And so the data you see is reported as the sector. We are able to do finer analyses, but not every sample will be statistically significant at the level we want, just because, it gets technical and complicated. But that's why we report the data the way we are. But if you're interested in some specific segment, we have this information. Question designs. Everyone has an opinion of how a question should be worded, what we should ask. And I have learned, maybe you already knew that designing a question by committee is a special kind of hell. Oh. Yeah. And so, we want to absolutely be more interactive, communicative with the community and hear feedback. You should be asking about that. But we have to be very intentional in the way we do it, not to overwhelm ourselves, to be quite honest. And so for year 2, we're going to work on having an advisory panel, propose question, or a system where it just doesn't create, we want to do this, we want to do that. So that has been a challenge, and the pace of the study. Can you imagine? We got the okay in March. We started. Our first survey went out in November, and now we're, 45 weeks in. Every week. It's a tough pace, but we have a wonderful project coordinator that makes it all possible. So I'll let Callie tell us a bit about how we convinced all the people to participate.
Sure. Thanks, Paloma. I thought I would have the podium to hide my notes behind a little bit, but today I will be discussing the recruitment efforts that our project took, thank you, to obtain the dedicated group of panelists that we have working with the study right now. So starting the project last summer, the primary questions that we needed to ask ourselves were, who are we asking to participate in this study, and how are we going to convince them to sign up? We had done a bit of research into the long-term study participation and recruitment efforts of past organizations, We were primarily asking ourselves, how do we convince a group of extremely busy, often under-resourced staff of organizations to participate in a year-long study that's conducted weekly without any kind of monetary compensation? We decided that the best way to sell the project to people was to highlight its benefits, primarily readily available data, short time commitment, and the overall effects that their participation could have on the sector as a whole. Back in June, we actually asked panelists to identify for us kind of some of the main reasons why they had chosen to participate in the first place. The primary ones were interest in the project, desire to contribute to valuable research, interest in being part of sector change, and the minimal time commitment. We were actually kind of surprised. We thought minimal time commitment would have been the #1 choice, but we were glad to hear that it was interest in the project. So we used the CRA's T3010 data set to find our contacts. I think the year was 2019 that was most available to us at the time. For our sampling framework, we decided that we would include designated charities with at least one full-time employee and expenditures of greater than $1. This was to ensure that we were reaching out to active charities. Even then, we did end up managing to reach quite a few who are no longer active, which is unfortunate. We had a few exclusions, notably some religious organizations, hospitals, and schools. We worked with the Canadian Hub for Applied Social Research to help create our randomized sample lists. This kind of gave us an arm's length reach to the lists. They also included 7 subsamples, which you'll see on screen. These subsamples were created with the expectations of being able to conduct deeper data analysis. And actually, if you look at our monthly reports in the first months, I think last month was the first that we didn't include this, we've broken out every weekly survey by subsample data as well. We plan to continue to use the subsample. I mean, we didn't do it last month, and we probably won't for the months ahead, just because it's a lot of extra work to do the subsample analysis for the monthlies, but we plan to do more monthly or more subsample analysis for the annual report. So in determining how we should conduct our recruitment, it was decided that we would use a mixed method approach. We had found through our research that that was supposed to be the most, the easiest way to reach people. So we conducted emails, phone calls, and we sent out a few letters. In late July of 2022, we began sending out an email sequence that we had written. We started off with a small list of organizations. I think we had 4 RAs, each with about 300 organizations on their lists. There were 4 emails sent out, staggered with phone calls. We found quickly on that the phone calls were not the most efficient way to be conducting recruitment. It was really hard to reach organizations. The RAs would be the best ones to speak to this, but I think it's either people aren't on site for every day of the week, so trying to find the day that the ED is going to be at the organization was difficult, or there were no physical offices, so at some points people were reaching out to people's cell phones involuntarily. And so yeah, we found emails were the best way to go. So in September, when we got our full sample lists, we decided to cut our emails down significantly. I had a whole slide with the numbers of words, but I think for now it's just safe to say each email was cut in half. We sent out the same sequence, cut in half, and did no phone calls. Our sampling framework was a little over 32,000 when we started off. We decided to contact about 6,500 of them just for sheer manpower. We didn't have the people or the capability to send out to everyone on our sample lists. But it turned out that was all we needed. Of the 6,500, we were able to recruit a little over 1,000 organizations, giving us an overall recruitment rate of roughly 16%. Yeah, so overall, we learned a lot during our first year of recruitment, and as we're ramping up efforts for year 2, we're incorporating best practices learned from last year, and also trying a few new things out this year.
Okay, thank you. One thing I wanted to show you, if you go, one of the projects we have been working with our team of data scientists is a dashboard, an interactive dashboard where you can actually go and filter the data on using size, using, the year. And we developed several little filters. The dashboard is always a work in progress. So if you see something that's not coming up, we're working on it. It's way more complex than I thought. I'm like, okay, we can do a website, and people. Turns out it's very complicated to do, but we have great people working on it. So I invite you to go and play with it and look, and you can even print the PDF of what you're looking at. So it's going to be a work in progress as we move forward, but it's a really interesting way to look. What do you want to know about which type of organization? So what did we ask to people in general? And here you can go. We have organized our report, and we're working with the libraries here at Carleton to actually develop a better repository so we can search in it. Again, those are all things I guess we thought about but didn't realize how monumental and how much data we would have. So organizing that data to make it accessible is really a priority. But we asked about emerging trends, collaboration, EDI, efforts to prioritize indigenous peoples, funding, governance, policy, technology. And the way it works is every week we ask questions on one of these themes, and then the next week it's another one. And the best way to describe what we did is typically we have a one-shot survey. You answer one survey, a long survey, you read the email, only 15 minutes, you're like, ugh, that's gonna be long, 15 minutes. That's why we said 2 minutes max. We thought, okay, we wanna know all these things about the sector. Why don't we do this? So at the end of the year, we get all this. We put it together, but we do it every single week, putting it together. And it's just, I don't know, the reaction was like, oh, I guess we could do that. And it's just a different way to think about the same thing. We just have to turn our box on the side rather than leaving it like this. So, so that's kind of the model that we had. So what are some of the insights? And I'll go briefly because I want to leave enough time, but I'll just focus on two here. And then Susan and later my colleague Boyega will also talk about technology and some of the insights that we found. And Kim will present. So, for example, one of the questions we asked early on week 3 to the panelists were, what are some of the trends we should pay attention to going in? So it was kind of at the beginning of the year. And funding and economic concerns were the number one priorities. So these are mentions. We asked open-ended questions that we analyzed and then questions. And, we were really at the height of the inflation going in. And later, human resources issues. And throughout the surveys, you will see that there were concerns about whether it's staff turnaround, retention, how can we keep our good people? Because there's a people deficit, it seems. Interestingly enough, so we asked this very early on, the least important, at least at the time, was technological transformation. ChatGPT, AI, mainstreaming had been just done a month prior. It was not on the radar. But we see now that this has completely changed. So it's quite interesting to be able to capture these things on time. Everyone asks about post-COVID, so we have to ask about post-COVID, but we wanted to understand what remains. There's still a pandemic, there's no pandemic, people debate, but what are the lasting effects? And what we found, by far was the staff burnout and turnover. That is persisting. There is a brewing crisis in the sector, and we need to think strategically about how to address this and invest in there. And an increased demands for services. So the organizations are needed more than ever, but people are burned out. And so we need to think about these things. Inflation has affected all organizations and affected in the way that the activity cost has risen, but also the demands for services as well. And so you have these two factors coming in, and then you have the third, the financial constraint. And so looking forward in the next 2-3 years, we're going to start to see really the effects of this tension that has been building throughout the year. One of the interesting things is we asked about how comfortable, what's the relationship with your funders? Because, in the literature, even in our talk, there's a lot of assumption about, how funders sometimes want to dominate, and we wanted to understand what's the reality on the ground. And we found that actually the organization don't, on average, modify that much to fit the funders' request. And so it tells us that maybe things are changing or becoming, the relationship between funders and charities is changing, and it's worth for us to follow up, which eventually we will do, follow up with some participant and ask to go deeper and why they think so, explain with qualitative research. We asked them, how comfortable do they feel negotiating with their funders about their requirement? Because, you get some money and either you want different terms, different conditions. And, if you look, there are some organizations that are quite uncomfortable, but there's a good proportion that feels comfortable. So again, it points to this new change and, shifting the dynamic and building relationships with funder rather than funders saying, this is what I want. And that gives me hope and inspires me in the sector. There's so much more, and I wish I had more time, but I don't. And so please go look. We are releasing our mid-year report. It will be available sometimes this week or early next week.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow on the website. It's a really comprehensive report. We've worked really hard on it with a deeper analysis of all these. So please go and look. Sign up for our newsletter. If you haven't online or here, another QR code. And if you have questions, please email us, where we try to be on the ball, and we can answer any technical questions or ideas for questions. Thank you so much. So I'll pass it to my colleague Kim, who is Kim and Nguyen, who is a postdoctoral fellow with the project. So,
okay. Do you have this?
Oh yeah, the clicker.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Kim, and I'm the postdoc member of CICP team, and it's my great pleasure to be here today. And it has been a truly rewarding experience. I've been so lucky to be with the CICP team. So my doctoral study is in education, but at the same time, during my doctoral studies in Australia, I had several years during that time as a practitioner in a number of charitable organizations as a board member, as well as like operation directors, all supporting education for minority groups in Australia. And so this project, the team, has been a chance for me like to apply my educational studies, expertise, but at the same time to a course that I wholeheartedly support. So that's why I feel very rewarding. And I'm so thankful to Paloma to be my nurturing supervisor. She has always like encouraged me to, like, any chance to look at to utilize my educational expertise as possible within this project. And one such endeavors is this one during the early phase of the project, in the 4th week of the project, where we launched a survey asking the employers in the sector what they expect of the skills they expect of the new hires. And using NVivo software, I coded like 643 responses, extracting insights from insights about the key skills needed in the charitable sectors. And I'm pleased to be here today to share with you some of the initial findings and reflection on the findings, because it's part of the paper that we are refining. And so, how it works. Okay, in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about our methodology, how we code the data, and then some key findings, and some reflections on our findings of our research. So for approach, we decided to steer away from the existing approach, where they use a lot of, they normally use existing surveys. They use surveys like multiple choice format. We decided to use open-ended, raising a question to the employers in the sector. Why? Because we think that it would capture a lot of more nuances and also the diverse range of skills from the responses. And we collected and analyzed 643 responses. You can see some of the examples over there. So when we talk about skills in the literature, hard and soft skills are the major concepts. So hard skills refer to tangible, all those tangible skills that are quantifiable, normally quantifiable and earned through qualifications and formal training. And softs, like all those, for example, related to very, very much industry and job related, industry-specific skills, like financial management, fundraising, or data analysis. And on the other hand, soft skills refers to those, like it refers to how we work, more the dimension of how we work, and all those intangible aspects, qualities and traits, like interpersonal, intrapersonal skills, referring to how we understand ourselves and others, how we relate to ourselves and others. And examples such as adaptability, communication skills, teamwork, initiative, motivated. And so for coding, we draw on the existing, like some few existing skills surveys and literature on skills in the non-profit sector. This is still an uncharted area, but we rely on some as a way to guide, to see, okay, what's been talked about soft skills or hard skills in the sector. And also we use Canada's National Occupation Classification, version 2021, as a reference to code hard skills. And for soft skills, we turn to Goldman's emotional intelligence framework. So here you can see for hard skills, Canada's National Occupation Classification is a comprehensive list of over 500 jobs with detailed descriptions of all the hard skills related to the roles. And so we use the description as a way to guide us in coding the references from the responses. And so you can see here, for example, it's how we match it. By using this framework, we can match our mentions of skills with the framework in a recognized standard. For soft skills, we turn to Goldman's emotional intelligence. That is widely used, not only grounded in the psychology literature, but also because it's widely applicable in a lot of professional settings. And so this framework contains, involve 4 dimensions: self-awareness, self-regulation, social awareness, and relationship management, with a set of some over 25 competencies, soft skills. So you can see, for example, here, if we find some mentions like resiliency, flexible, multitask, we code them into adaptability, following the emotional intelligence framework. So what did we find? So from 1,460 through 68 references, out of 643 responses, here's the breakdown. 67% of the references are hard skills, and 31% of the mentions of soft skills relate to soft skills, and just 2% here are those mentioned that are too vague or non-applicable. Something like they say all positions are full, or something too vague like highly skilled. So it's only 2% for the references, and so the analysis provides a vivid picture of both hard skills and soft skills demanded in the sector, with some interesting nuances. So when we look at the hard skills, some areas just emerge. You see that the 4 top hard skills here most frequently mentioned include skills specific to nonprofit sector, marketing and public relations, administrative, and those related to social and community services. So we also have other emerging themes, because we don't use the national classification framework as a kind of rigid framework, but we also rely on the literature, so that's why we have also emerging themes. So say skills specific to non-profit sector is one such emerging theme, and others such as project management, research skills, those are more like cross-cutting skills. And drilling down, we see that non-profit specific hard skills such as fundraising especially, and grant writing and application, program design and evaluation, they are not only in high demand, but the most prominent of the hard skills mentioned. And also it's interesting to see the burgeoning need for digital fluency. In some earlier surveys in Canada, when asking about the skills needed by the employers in the sector, we already see that computer literacy were very much in need. But now that one is more transferred to digital fluency, especially in those related to advertising, marketing, and public relations. So for soft skills, we observed a significant emphasis on the self-management cluster. Those include skills related to like self-regulation and trust, for example, trustworthiness, initiative, adaptability, and conscientiousness, and achievement orientation, and self-control. So these skills account for like 51% of the references in the soft skills. And looking closer, we see conscientiousness, communication skills, initiative, adaptability were among the most top 4 mentioned, frequently mentioned soft skills, and especially conscientiousness, or the tendency to be hardworking, to be reliable, and also responsible. Interestingly, because this trait is also highly featured in the psychological literature as the critical skills for workplace success. And you can see here, the employers in our sector also highly demand this skill, soft skill. So in reflections, we are kind of struck by what we observe as the rising profile of what we call balance specialist, because something we think as a form of professional archetype, demanded by the employers in the sector, expected by the employers in the sectors for prospective hires. So this individual is not confined to a single set of skill, a narrow set of skill, but also they possess dynamic, robust blend of both hard and soft skills, with an emphasis on self-management, especially in the post-COVID landscape. It also, what we find also reflect the studies conducted by the World Economic Forum in 2022, where they interviewed a wide range of employers across sectors, and they asked employers what the skills would be needed, more like prospective by 2025, and they also clear emphasis is on those in self-management, the cluster. And if we use more like the Durkheimian lens to look at this, what we see with this trend and what we analyze, and using that language, that lens, we'd say we are seeing an increasingly specialized sector, and where the employers are in demand of individuals who are specialized deeply, but also have the ability to connect broadly. And thinking forward for our next steps for our research, we would really like to refine also, and also as the next step in this topic, we already have the responses here, the written responses. We want to know through focus groups, for example, or interviews with employers to capture what their more in-depth stories, and also we are asking what might be the impacts of our current training programs for nonprofit professionals might have on their preparedness in their work. So it's more like collaboration, intersection between training, education training, and the labor market. And so we ask how can the current curricula offerings can be adapted to prepare professionals for the nonprofit sector's challenges and unique demands. And in that way, we're not only tracking changes, but also we're contributing to the sector's growth. And that brings me to the end of the discussion. And thank you very much. And I look forward to an engaging discussion on this topic.
Thank you.
Christine,
Sorry.
join her, or do you want to go at the podium after?
Thank you, Kim. Understanding of the skills needed as we move into significant leadership change is critical. I must confess that after that initial conversation with Bob Wyatt, and Paloma stepped up to lead the project, and so she went away and prepared the parameters, the draft proposal, the budget. She came back and said, well, it's a multi-million-dollar project over 5 years. And I said, Paloma, you did what? You're going to do research like we've never done it before? And as for those of you who are graduates of our program, you know that the thing I always say to you in our policy course, and Dr. Bob comes to that course every week, is if you want to make real change in this sector, you have to know how to engage in the public policy process. So I'm pleased to take the policy lead around some of those aspects for the project. So what I want to do today is think about how do we use some of these data for policy purposes. And I'm going to suggest there are 4 ways in which it can inform the sector. One is around program and policy design and broader relationships between governments and the sector. And I think that applies across all departments potentially and across all governments. The second is a somewhat more narrow focus around regulation, which has particular application to CRA and to finance. Then there are the roles for the sector. How does the sector better engage in policy advocacy by using some of the evidence that comes from the CICP? And even before you're in an advocacy position, how might you test policy ideas with the sector to see what will fly and what won't? So I think we can use this information both looking back to say, we have a policy change. What was the effect? Did it do what we thought as a government or as a sector? And looking forward saying, we're looking at building new relationships, testing policy ideas, what might be the effect of that? And as we said, as Paloma said from the beginning, the idea of the CICP is it's flexible, it's adaptable. As we have conversations with other people in the sector and in governments in policy roles, that we can include, adapt, and test some of those ideas so we're relevant. We're relevant in very timely ways that actually have value to informing policy, both for governments and for the sector. So I'm going to look briefly at 3 ways in which some of the data that we've already gathered might be used in assessing policy change and policy planning, and more specifically in policy design. So in terms of the effects of policy, one of the questions we asked early on is, how is the sector responding to the change in regulation, by this time was out for several years, regarding political activities? Now the eloquently phrased PPPDAs, the PIDAs. So we asked, does your organization engage in advocacy to change programs, policies, or laws? Most don't, or they don't know. So there's half of the sector that isn't really engaged at all. Then we asked, well, a few years ago, CRA changed the rules. What effect has it had on your advocacy? And you can see most say it didn't make any difference, or it wasn't, advocacy isn't relevant to us at all, so it's beyond ours. Then we asked why. Why, if you're allowed to do more advocacy now, aren't you? And there's a big, and they could choose more than one, there's a number of reasons that relate to we don't have the time, we don't have the expertise, we don't have the resources. And it's not part of our mission. I would suggest there's something for the sector to do in that. If a big chunk of the sector doesn't see engaging in policy as part of their mission, how are we ever going to make real change? But there's also a significant part, 10%, that said,
we're afraid of violating the rules. But the rules have changed. But we don't know the rules have changed. So if I were sitting in CRA, I'd say, somehow the word isn't out widely across the sector, and we can dig down to see who doesn't know that. Maybe that's a good thing from CRA perspective. Maybe it isn't. For the sector, I'd be saying, some of that training, that engagement around and knowing how to do policy advocacy to break down those barriers is really significant. And the other thing we saw is a number said, we're not engaging in advocacy, we're afraid of jeopardizing our funding, either from foundations or from government. So there's, in spite of the positive relationships in negotiating funding that Paloma talked about, there is some fear when it comes to engaging in advocacy. Now, if you're the funder, again, that might be seen as a positive thing. Oh, they're not doing advocacy because they're afraid of us, or it could be a real concern. We asked about, broadly about government sector relations. How could government better support the sector? And not surprisingly, one is funding. But what I think is really significant from this, there's also a lot to say collaboration. We could just work together more effectively, more partnerships. And that was outside of saying, just give us, we just need more money. It's really about collaboration. And of course, investing in the sector infrastructure as well. In terms of policy and design, there are many examples in which the evidence could be used. I'll focus on funding and overall sustainability. We asked about what are the concerns about the long-term viability of your organization. Not surprisingly, rising costs, government dependence on government funding, economic volatility, and donor fatigue. So again, from a policy perspective, it gives us a broad sweep of what are some of the issues that are of concern to charities. And we then asked specifically about government funding and whether it has a positive impact. Overwhelmingly, the message to take away is that government funding matters. It's really important across the sector. How satisfied are charities? Well, it's bifurcated. Some are quite satisfied, some are quite dissatisfied. And again, we can do more analysis to break that down. So we asked, then what is it that that isn't working in that funding relationship? And of course, there are some things that may be more difficult from a government perspective to change, like the level of funding or the eligibility of organizations for a particular program. But what's evident is there are many things that could be changed without more money. Make the process less complicated. Provide more information about what programs are out there. None of those take fundamental changes to how much we fund as governments. It's how we do it. And those changes could probably be relatively inexpensive to do. Now, I say that knowing that from the Blue Ribbon panel report about changing accountability requirements back in 2006, we're still seeing that. So there are inherent difficulties in doing that.
It's the same.
But it tells us the answer isn't simply more money. That's important, but there are many other things that could be done. So in short, what we're seeing, I think, is the value of real-time data and real-time data for informing policy decisions, informing the sector's engagement in policy as a way that is timely and relevant. Our next step is the data deficit is fundamentally a people deficit, having the people to not only to gather, but to analyze and to make use of the data, not just in universities, but in the sector. And that'll be our next project for which I'll be saying, yeah, you did what in a few years to come. So there's lots more to come. Of course, I have a QR code that goes directly to the reports because Paloma told me that all the cool kids now have QR codes in their slides, so I had to have one, not being a cool kid. But there's more to come, and as we say, part of the breaking out of the extractive way is to say, let's engage. Let's engage with those in the sector, with those in governments about the ideas you need to test, the things you want to see, what's working and what isn't. We can give you feedback and help design some of those in a way that will have a positive impact all around. So,
Thank you. So I have the pleasure of leaving the last word to someone who is part of our study. So when participants sign up, they're signed up to be anonymous. And so you will out yourself, but the data cannot be linked directly to the organization. And she is the executive, Christine, the last name. Traumasdorf is the executive director of Volunteer Ottawa, and was randomly selected. So and so I invite you to come and just tell us about your experience, or go to the podium if you prefer.
I'm not mic'd up, so it's probably better if I stand to the podium. Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be here. I was really pleased to get the invitation. I'd already signed up to attend, and then when you invited me to comment, it's just wonderful. The random selection, it was really interesting hearing about the selection process, because when I was like, oh, I'm a 2-time Carleton grad, my entire family went to Carleton University, my board chair is the vice provost at Carleton.
No, we did not know that.
You didn't know that, so it was a very lucky thing for me. I feel very fortunate to be part of this. Volunteer Ottawa is what we call a volunteer centre. There's about 150 volunteer centres across Canada. They're not connected to one another formally in any way, but we're a strong network. We go back 60, 70 years. I think the oldest one in Canada is about 100 years old. Most of them operate on a membership model, so we're connector points for the nonprofit sector or the charitable sector in our communities, but we have a very local focus. So we have about 300 members here in Ottawa who are all charities, nonprofits working in every sector. And then we have about 15 or 16,000 citizens of Ottawa who are registered as volunteers on our website and use it's a job posting board. We do education and outreach to the sector as well. So it's kind of interesting that we are, we're a very small organization, but we also have sort of a big reach at a connector capacity, and that's part of the reason why I'm so interested in this project and the data, is because I feel as though we do have that kind of policy, data collection, big picture mandate that we're totally unable to fulfill. We have 4 full-time staff, 2 part-time staff. Our budget this year is about just under $400,000. We have, just in terms of grants and funding, we do have self-generated revenue as much as we possibly can muster, but we currently have 10 grants from 9 different funders, and only one of them is more than 1 year in length. Wow. So when you know, it's a huge load. The administrative burden of just keeping all of that afloat is enormous. I come at it personally. I've been in the position for about 1.5 years. I spent my entire career, about 40 years here in Ottawa, in the federal space, in pan-Canadian, thinking big picture. And so this is my first experience both working in such a tiny organization, but also one that has a really local community focus as opposed to thinking about coast to coast to coast perspectives. But I think it's part of the reason I'm so interested in the project is because once you've seen the big picture, you can't stop seeing it. So I love participating. When I got the initial, I just love I'm a Cosmo quiz, turn to the checkbox. I do all of those little Instagram quizzes. It's easy, it's predictable. The turnaround time is terrific, being able to see the results. But more deeply than that, it's also, and I'm using the data. I'm using the data in my grant applications. It's one of my go-to resources, along with Imagine Canada, StatsCan, for like picking numbers out of things that I can use to demonstrate points or back up my my need for funding or what I've done with funding. Advocacy and awareness building is another area that I've used it, both with my board of directors, with local government, and with our member organizations when we have a chance to sort of help them pull their heads up and look at the bigger picture in terms of what are some of the dynamics that are affecting volunteering. It's also been a big learning opportunity for me because I'm new to this sector and new to my local nonprofit world. It's a way of learning. It's validating what I'm seeing, that I'm not alone, and the I'm not alone factor is just huge in this sector. I've been really struck, having worked again at sort of federal, national level, and there's always networks and conferences and committees, and you invest a lot of time in that connection space. And when you've got 4 people in a big job, and we're all the same, it's just heads down and try to get through the day, get done what you need to do. And there's not a lot of space and time. There's a lot of desire, but there's not a lot of opportunity for just finding out what other people are experiencing, what else is going on, identifying systemic issues, never mind taking the next step of saying we should work together to do something about this. So I take Susan's points very strongly. The data challenge, the simple examples that you were using in the challenge of recruiting, we would like to increase our membership capacity. There is no inventory of local nonprofits, local charities that I can go to just to say who's out there who might not know about Volunteer Ottawa, might not know enough about what we have to offer, and how can I connect with them. I'm also involved in last year, the Ottawa Community Foundation initiated one of those, a few things that gathered together a bunch of EDs to talk about HR challenges in the sector. And it was a series of workshops and discussions that was supposed to lead to kind of, is there an opportunity to do something together that we can't do alone? And the persistent thing that came out of all of those discussions was, we need a network. We need a gathering spot. We need a place and a time to get together. And so we're trying to start up that ED network, we're calling it. The time and resources, the response has been terrific, but I can't even put a call out to say it exists and come and join us, because there's no mailing list, there's no bulletin board for that stuff. In terms of the survey itself, I think, I've heard a lot this morning that sort of answers some of the questions or the observations I've had. I love the top level data that you get every week in the monthly reports, but I really want to know kind of what the breakdown is of who's participating, who's like me, and who's in that volunteer space. I'd love to see more about volunteering, obviously, but who else is operating in small organizations like mine, and what are their pressures and issues? Versus, maybe the Red Cross is in there, or there's a Humane Society, or really big organizations that I don't relate to. I found some of the questions can be sometimes hard to answer because there's not quite enough context, or they may just not apply to me and our organization and what we're doing. And should I try to answer, or should I just say doesn't apply at all? And I don't want to muck up your data by doing doing the wrong thing. But like a recent example, there was the most recent one was on monitoring and evaluation. And I've worked in organizations where there's a whole team of people doing the M&E stuff, and there's studies and reports and whatnot. And we do not do that. We collect data. We're always monitoring to see what's happening when we do this, what happens, how many of those, did this go up, did this go down? So I would say in the lowercase M&E, yes. So I answered the questions, but I wasn't really sure that those questions were aimed at me. So, sensitivity to audience, and if there'd been a little bit of a little eye that you click on to say, here's what we mean by this, here's what we're looking for, that would be interesting. In terms of the question areas, and I'm sure you get lots of suggestions about where to go, I would love to see some of those questions that you've done earlier repeated a second year, because the time series is going to be interesting, because we're living through such a period of incredible change and pressures, and you say a paper comes out 3 years later and it wouldn't have been relevant 3 weeks later. I think that's very often the world that we're living in. I'm really, again, coming from big organizations that were well resourced, I'm really fascinated by the sort of the administrative arrangements that are in place. see the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of local organizations. Every one of them has a board of directors. Every one of them has an accountant. Every one of them has, you know, a need for sort of HR policies, just office space and network setups. And the amount of time and effort that we all invest in doing those things, sometimes frighteningly badly. Like you just kind of, if I thought about it too much, I wouldn't sleep at night about, you know, data security and whether our accounting stuff was done, you know, would it withstand an audit? It's very worrisome. And I think there must be opportunities for some sort of collaboration or shared services there that don't exist. Yeah, office arrangements, those are changing really rapidly. The other area that I would be super interested in was that relationship with government. And not just government relations as in advocacy, as in give us more money, we're worthy, we're important, but also that collaboration piece. Because, you know, I'm fascinated by the organic grassroots nature of, you know, a couple of hundred years of the not-for-profit sector sort of evolving in Canada. And it is a public good. We're offering public good in many of the same ways and much of the same turf and territory that governments provide public goods. And it's not tidy. It's not you do this and I'll do that. It's all intersected and overlapping. And that coordination about how do we make that all work better as a system without getting too big brother about it would be a topic of real interest to me. So thank you for all you're doing. And the only other thing is more people need to know about it.
That's a big challenge. So.
I spread the word. But you're going to be invited to my ED network.
Okay. Thank you. So it's this time of year, of day to ask questions, reactions. We have a break scheduled at 11, but it's a 30-minute break. So we can, you know, take a little time for a break, but we'll feed you soon. So please, so you can use, if you don't want to ask your question live via Kim, she has the microphone, or online you can use Slido. In person here you can use Slido and you ask the question and we'll answer. So anyone wants to open the day with the first question of the day, no pressure.
Heather Norris.
Oh, Heather.
Hi, I know, good morning. I know you spoke.
Can you introduce yourself,
Yes,
Sarah?
please. Heather Norris, I'm the president and CEO of the Ottawa Network for Education. And I'm an MPNL alumni from the first cohort of students. So it's great to be back and fascinating to hear about this necessary data we need for the sector. And I know you touched on this briefly, Paloma, but I'm just curious about a little more information on how you actually made the decision that it was going to be a weekly draw as opposed to like bi-weekly or monthly. I'm just curious because I mean that's a pretty intense, like, you know, to be pulling the data, you know, sending it out every Wednesday, reporting on like your Friday, your Monday follow-up.
Yes.
It's a pretty intense schedule, and I think it really helps for real time. But I'm just curious around the decision-making process for that level of rigor that it is going to be a weekly, and the benefit or the pros and cons of doing that.
It's a great question. And it's funny because, Christine, when you mentioned, oh, you know, all these quizzes on Instagram. So, you know, we get the call, and we're thinking, and I'm thinking, and procrastinating a bit, just a bit. And so I'm on Facebook, and, you know, there's this little quiz I'm answering, and I'm like, why am I wasting my time answering this? I need to work on my proposal. And then I really, like, it hit me in the sense, I'm busy. Why am I answering these little things? Because they're short. I have my answer right away. And I move on, you know, on to the next. So I was like, huh. So, you know, so to confess, it's my love of knowing, you know, which animal I could be, or, you know, all these things that made me think, you know, I take time out of my busy day to answer these silly things. if we make it easy, simple to do, people, some people don't have time, and we completely respect that and we understand. But if the burden is so that on average we have a response, it takes a minute 57 seconds to people on average to answer our questions, people will take the habit. So we debated, okay, should we do it monthly? But habits, people are creatures of habits. If our survey is delayed by an hour, we get 20 emails like, where's my survey? Sorry, yeah, it's coming. We just, so, yeah, exactly. So, but it's great for us because it means, we're part of this routine, get done, easy, out. So that's why the pace also. Is it sustainable for 5 years? Year one was proof of concept. Can it work? We didn't know if it could work. So now we have done everything in the project once. Okay, how do we get through year two? What can we expand on? What don't we need? And make those decisions. But that's the main reason why.
I think, so first of all, from a funder's perspective, when we got the proposal for a weekly survey, the geek in me, the academic side of me is going, that's great. The funder side of me is saying, not in a million years. Like, it's not going to happen. They're just not going to find the people to do it. So, and it was a shock to us. And it was one of the things that the funders group talked about when we were figuring out who was going to play. And we all knew that this was one of the significant risk factors. But it was one we were prepared to buy into, but also back away from if it wasn't going to work. Now, I cannot give enough thanks to Christy and the other 4,500 participants. And I mean, one of the things that amazes me, one of the first things I look at is what was the response rate? And we're getting traditionally 2/3 or more, often more than 70% who are responding, which to me is mind-blowing. But I think, Kelly, one of the things Paloma's told me is that a number of the current panelists who would normally rotate off are asking not to be rotated off. So maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, I think it was 3 weeks ago, we started to ask panelists at the end of the weekly survey, if you're interested in continuing on with the project, we'd love to welcome you back for another year. And we're looking at the implications of having people who aren't necessarily on our current randomized list and bringing them into another year. But we've already got 150 who have signed up again to participate next year. And I know in June, July, we had asked panelists, is it something you'd be interested in doing, which is why we ended up asking them again. And about 2/3 had indicated that they were interested in continuing on with the project. Now, that's not 2/3 of the panelists, but that's 2/3 of the respondents. So at that week, maybe 500 people had said that. So, we've got 150 who have signed up so far, and we're hopeful that more will continue to sign up as we continue to ask that every week.
And,
Yeah.
and to put this in context, a normal survey, if we had a 20% response rate, we would be very happy.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be the normal expectation.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 67% on average, and it's semi-skewed. There are weeks when, around the holidays, that first week was New Year's Day, I think, or the day after, and so our response rate was low. There were summer holiday weeks where I know for a fact, being the person who's sending out the reminder emails, I was getting, 80 or 90 automatic responses saying we're on holiday. So, there were a few weeks that, we're lower at high 50s, which is then skewing the areas where, we've got high 70s. But yeah, on average, I think we're 67.5% response rate.
Yeah.
This is another one of those things that on paper should not work. Like it can't be done. It's working.
Do we have some questions online?
We do have a couple of questions online. The first one being, do you keep track of respondents to allow connecting responses across surveys? Which we do. It's an area with the dashboard. We'll hopefully be able to see that more. we're trying to find the best practices so that we're not revealing anyone's personal data. We have to stay true to keeping everything as anonymous as possible. But yeah, we're tracking the data on the back end to connect responses as soon as we have time.
Yeah, and so the data you'll see on the dashboard when you go there, sometimes, let's say you're interested in a small organization. If there are less than, I think, 10 organizations, 10, yeah, because Sai has been working so hard on this dashboard. If there are less than 10 organizations, the results won't come up because then, especially around funding and things, we could pinpoint or have an idea of who's there. But if it's more than 10 responses, you'll have the aggregate results. So it's worth kind of exploring through teams, through everything. So you really can play and, find interesting things, flag interesting things to us to follow up. But the idea is those who remain will track over time. Those ones we'll ask questions again to everyone, but for the analysis, we'll just have to separate those out. So we report on different groups and we have to figure out mechanically how this will work, because you can imagine that it gets complicated then after to automate that, because one of our goals is long-term to reduce somehow the need for a big team behind the CICP, streamline, but continue. So it keeps, we keep it alive, but we automate a lot of the things, the reporting, and, there's a bright future, and we'll talk about this in the Armchair Discussion. With AI and all these initiatives, what can we do? So.
The other thing we can do is, on a related project, we spent a year cleaning the T3010 data from 2000 to 2000, now 2020. So for each of those, we can go back and look at historical patterns of funding of various measures, which there hasn't yet been the scope to do, but there's a huge back end that of connecting to existing data that isn't yet visible.
Yeah, and I guess the biggest challenge our team right now has is we have a small team. It's a few core people, and there is so much data, and we want people to collaborate with us. We've asked other researchers to help us get the data out there. We ask people in these organizations to refer to the data I think, but this is year one. It's proof of concept. A year ago, this didn't exist. This was not, so there's more work to be done.
I saw some more hands in the crowd too.
Kim?
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Shannon Kinnerney. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Cooperation Canada.
Okay.
I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more of a teaser around what we can expect in terms of the subsample and the analysis that might come out. You mentioned there's a report coming out.
Yep.
And then my next question or other question is, can you share a bit more about the governance of the project? You mentioned by committee, designing questions by committee and that sort of thing. And I mean, frankly, looking at the data, there's a narrative and a story here that I personally want to dive deeper into or hear more about how you're deciding what the next kind of phase looks like. So I'd be curious to hear more about that.
Okay. These are great questions. I don't know if you want to tackle one of them or I go ahead.
I mean, you can start with the subsamples.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, at some point we were doing some recruitment and we saw that, there are some groups we actually need to hear from. So we need to collect the information. And so we have some subsamples, particularly in British Columbia. So we, in the sum of the subsample, we oversampled just to make sure that we had enough to meet our thresholds for representation and everything. We have a subsample in Quebec. So, one of the challenge also is that, unfortunately, today is only in English. We'll have to work and figure out how we can have a bilingual event. I'm Francophone. For me, it's really important. But it's a challenge, our costs and everything. But, we try so hard every week to have everything bilingual. It's a challenge, but we're trying to do it because we're committed. It's not just in English. L'économie sociale has such a rich history. So one of the subsample is organizations in Quebec, so we can do deeper analyses. One relates to international organizations, and they were a bit hard to recruit, to be quite frank. So the number we have is there. So you can go on the dashboard and look at different sizes and by international organizations. But then is it statistic? It gives you an idea. Would I, make a big bet? Not necessarily. It's the confidence level, but it's really a good path. And then we realized we needed to, and that's coming year 2, thinking about having groups, because we want to understand, okay, what, organizations interested in the environment think, like recruiting a subgroup of those. But it's been really difficult, actually, because it's difficult to meet the threshold statistical significance we need for each of these subgroups, because technically they have to be independent. It's quite complex, but we're thinking of developing, similar to 40 under 40, 10, like almost focus groups around themes, around field, to get an idea, what others like us are doing. But it's just, we have these discussions, but we have to be creative in our solutions given the constraints we have and what's feasible. Like, we're pushing, and then we have to try different things. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a couple of copies of the monthly report printed outside. It's not available online. Again, if I have time tomorrow, I'll post it on the website. But there are 2 printed copies out there for people who are interested. Speaking to the question side of things, I mean, I think at the beginning, a lot of it was Susan Paloma and Nathan Grassi getting together and saying, okay, here are the main areas that are of interest to the sector based on what we can tell. We also had our postdocs and RAs do a significant amount of research into, what is the literature saying right now? What questions are being flagged? We created a database of questions that other surveys had asked to say, okay, what have the charities in Canada been asked in recent years? In Canada, but also in the UK. I mean, we traveled to the UK and we worked with a university there to hear about some of the efforts that they've been making. So seeing what the sector's been asked, and then kind of looking at it and saying, okay, how can we ask complementary questions? Maybe if things are old, how can we ask similar things in a contemporary space?
Questions that are interesting to answer. It's really challenging because there's so many things, like, as a researcher, I would want to know, and people will read, like, sometimes I look and they're like, no, people will read this question and be like, what is this? And not answer. So we have to make choices that people will be curious to know the answers of. And so that's why sometimes it doesn't always apply, but applies enough that it appeals. So in future years, we're going to work on segmenting some of these surveys. So, if your organization's classified like this, you get this type of question, etc. But that complicates so much the dashboard. Sai and Rohan will agree, because, in order to automate things, we have to keep the labeling consistent and everything. So we're really thinking deeply about these issues. It's a question also of capacity. So that's why now the process of deciding. Tomorrow we have a smaller meeting with a group of funders and other people, folks at the Imagine Canada, to kind of think, okay, let's regroup. Where should we focus? Where should we expand? If we expand there, where should we? So, but in terms of governance, we are thinking of building an advisory committee. We have now 1 year worth of questions, so we might come to the committee and saying, okay, what should we add? What should we take out? And have feedback. We're all about feedback.
it's good. This didn't work. We tried. Okay, we'll change. We'll adapt. This needs comes up. An organization needs info on this, and so that's. And we've had a very horizontal team working. We work very collaboratively within the team, and we try outside the team to just make these connections. So any connections, we're really happy to make and to do. But interestingly, also we have a very diverse team as well. Like it's rare that you see a panel where like it's mostly women on the panel. So it brings in really new creative ways to think about it, and that's the exciting part from within the project.
And we always imagined there would be both on-ramps and off-ramps in a sense, to be very organic, as Paloma was saying, that we can take on new questions or new issues that stakeholders want to know about, but also the off-ramps. Say there's an aspect that an organization or a coalition or a subgroup of funders wants to delve into with their own members, their own stakeholders, their own groups. We strongly encourage that. So that's not something we would control or should control, but it's meant to be there's a whole range of further discussions that can take place using the data.
Yeah.
I think the other reality is that any good research study provokes 25 new questions. What we've had here is 45 research studies in 52 weeks. And in each one of them, each week I'm going, well, I'd really like to know such and such. But that's another research project all on its own. So we're not going to be able to accomplish everything. And some of them is going to take 2 or 3 years before we get enough of a feel around a particular issue to go, okay, this is big enough to initiate another study. So I think funders are learning about it. And I should have mentioned earlier, and I apologize, MyTax has been a funder and has been supporting some of the postgrads. They came in much earlier than we anticipated. We expected them in year 5, so they're now a party in year 1. So it's been, they've been great to work with once we got through hoops about how foundations work. But I think as long as we're generating more questions,
That's good.
I think we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. And funders have not yet had any input in any of the questions.
Yeah.
Some of us may want some at some point, but we will. There are enough walls in place. The funders cannot direct the project.
And I'm tenured.
Yeah.
Now, so it's true. It makes a difference. I can take risk.
But we know people in immigration too.
I'm a citizen, so I'm.
Yeah, but not in both countries.
Yeah. I have my green card.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Paul.
It's actually on the line of this kind of subgroup conversation about some of these things that might be interesting. I saw you excluded some of the religious charity data, and we know there's a crisis in religious charities with buildings, churches, mosques, synagogues, temples. Just a real serious crisis. Is that of any interest going forward? I mean, it's also interesting on the funder side too.
Yeah, it is actually. One of the challenge, when you do organizational study is attribution. Who answers the study, you can attribute to the organization. It's always kind of, you ask people and then you report on organization. Does the person really represent? One of the challenge for places of worship is, who do we talk to in these places of worship? And how do we reach them? That's our main challenge. So it might be that a subgroup is part of our 10 of 10, and then we have, insights. And like Bob said, we collect enough insights saying, okay, this is, some of the assumptions we're building. Let's go deeper in the data and plan research around this. But that has been our main concern, like really this attribution. Who answers our survey? It's part of the reason also why we excluded university, schools, and hospital. Like, do we send it to the info at, ottawahospital.org, or I'm not sure that. So that has been the challenge, but we did include some religious organizations with a social purpose. The ones are a place of worship that focus on one single religion, but we are thinking in ways to at least have a subgroup because it's really important. Yeah, thank you. And we'll maybe take one last question here and one last question here.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So my name's Nancy Worsfold. I've been an executive director for 34 years and now 4 different organizations. And actually, I'm now running a little shared service. I'll come and talk to you later. But I was very interested in this because we are a shared service offering services to other nonprofits, HR, IT, and finance. And we're within a sector right now, the developmental services, so services for people with living with disabilities. And I'm interested, and my board wants to move to the broader charitable sector, I'm interested in the way that you're defining the charitable sector, because in my experience, the sector isn't a sector. The sector is very subject specific. So there's the immigrant services sector, there's the violence against women sector, there's the cancer sector, there's the other health, and it exists very differently. And I'm just wondering, in terms of segregating your data, there's sectors, and I think a health charity in BC has more in common with a health charity in Quebec than they do with a small church in either of their provinces. So, but you've chosen to segregate by geography. But the other thing is that charities range in size so massively.
Yeah. And
because you're asking opinion data in your questions, the opinion of somebody who's running a multi-million-dollar organization is going to be fundamentally different than the opinion of somebody who's the one part-time staff of a tiny little charity in a small town running out of their basement, right? And I'm just wondering how you segment that, because the sector, I agree, the sector needs to work as a sector. I've never seen it work as a sector.
Yeah, no, we agree. You're right. No, but then, so in order to do the study, so, we have the nonprofit sector, registered charities are part of that larger, to start proof of concept, to sample, we decided to only focus on the registered charities because we have a clear list to randomly select from. It's not the case as, the Imagine Canada will know full well the larger sector. There's no such list. And this is something, that we're thinking about because, it's always like, okay, what's next after this project? And there are some ideas. And so in order to accomplish what we wanted in testing this concept, we focus on that list. So that's first reason why we're looking only at the ones that are registered charity for tax purposes.
It doesn't really matter whether they're charities or nonprofits. The identification is with the sector of
Yes.
practice.
Yeah, exactly. So within the CRA, they identify the type of organization, and they have classification, and we use those. But it's actually part of our project to kind of go and analyze if that's the most efficient way, because a lot of people are not happy with the way the CRA classify things, because we should have more information around health. What are the boundaries? One way to get at it is to actually test, and that takes time, to test whether or not changing the classification you yield substantively different insights by looking at different things. And so we're testing using, machine learning and different things to learn if we can cluster those. So I completely agree with you, and we're working towards that. Now we have to work with the tools we have to play and understand later on, okay, if we tweak this, do we see something different? It might be that the answer at the end was like, we thought so, there's no difference, or wow, it's widely different. But we're working towards that, and it's just the constraints we have right now in order to have, to report what we need. But it's a 5-year plan, so this is year 1. Yeah.
We've been executive directors for almost the same length of time. And the only argument that has gone on longer than whether we are a sector is the question of what we should call ourselves if we are a sector. I agree with you that the information at the subsectoral level is important and will guide those subsectors in different ways. But there are many legal, regulatory, and policy decisions being made on the basis of all registered charities. So we can't ignore that piece. And my colleagues here from CRA and I have had the debate over a number of years about the classification system and the categorization and whether that's valid or not. We'll eventually get there. Paul and you and I have, how many taxonomies have we seen over the course of our careers? The different ways we're going to categorize the people who do work like us, however we call them. We do suffer significantly because of the lack of central information about those nonprofits that are not registered charities. And it's one of the reasons that even the 2003 study, we can drive Mack trucks through. The assumptions that were made in that study to come up with gross numbers are probably not defensible. But we've got them, and it's all we've got. So at this stage, I'm taking what I can get and ever finding ways to find more. Paul and I have talked at past conferences about this issue of religious organizations because they've been so fundamental to a number of things, including the very concept of charity. Learning more about them is critical. Finding out a way to do that effectively is more challenging than this project for the 5 years. So it's something that a number of us have talked about over the years. One day we'll figure it out. I'm hopeful.
And just to be clear, that we can divide up and look at the respondents by more than place, by the subsector, with the T3010 data by size, so that you can cut them up. You can cut up the analysis in many, many ways.
On the dashboard, we created quintiles. So in order to so we took all the data we had, for example, for what they reported in expenditure or revenue, and we organized it from the smallest to the largest. And then we made 5 buckets, basically, relatively equal. Then we looked at the data and we tried to find around these cutoff where would be a natural line where we could group them. Because sometimes the cutoffs are clear, there's a jump, so that's, okay, we put them. So if you go on the dashboard, you have extra small, because we do have some extra small. We have small, medium, large, and extra large. And then within the extra large category, it was interesting because we go in the category and you have to look at your range. And we found that there were 5 organizations that were so massive in there that they were actually skewing all the results in that. So we ended up excluding those from this analysis. So sometimes we have to make methodological choice that some people will totally disagree. No problem. The only responsibility we have, and that's why we share our methodology, we share all the numbers, is that you know what to disagree with. So, okay, let go at the end of the report, let's have a discussion. There might be a better way to do it. We made a call, and that's why we want to have these discussions, because at the end, we know what we know, and maybe there's a new, better way to do it. On this note,
Yeah, we should wrap for
I think everyone is like gurgling for coffee. Let's have a 15-minute break, 15 US, so 20 minutes, and enjoy the art exhibit and some of the refreshment. Thank you for the first part. Thank you.
Hi.
Such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Now why I had to go, I don't know. He wouldn't say. I said something wrong, nobody wrong for yesterday. Yesterday. Love was such an easy game to play. Now I need a place to hide away. Oh, I believe in yesterday. I believe in yesterday. I believe in yesterday.
I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Our esteemed keynote speaker has been waiting patiently, so thank you. So it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker and my friend, Professor Wendy Wong. She couldn't be in person with us today, but technology allows us to have her here with us. Dr. Wendy Wong is Professor of Political Science and Principal Research Chair at the University of British Columbia. She is an expert on global governance, human rights, civil society, and technology and politics. Her latest book, We the Data, Human Rights in the Digital Age, published with MIT Press, discusses how human rights can help us be data stakeholders. In addition, she has written 2 award-winning books focusing on international NGOs, dozens of academic pieces, and her work appears in the Globe and Mail, the National Post, the Conversation, the Toronto Star, and various CBC outlets. Today, Professor Wong offers us reflections on the implication of this new era of data and invite us to reflect critically about our rights and responsibility. There will be a period of questions after her talk where people in the audience and online can ask questions or offer concise reaction to our keynote. Professor Wong, thank you. Up to you.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, Paloma, and thank you. I'm so honored to be invited to speak here today. It's truly an honor. And I think what you're building here is so different, and I'm so heartened to see it taking off after just about a year of time. So you have a lot to be proud of, and I'm very pleased to be here. And I'm also really happy to be talking to this diverse mix of people. You know, I've been, as you said in your introduction, I've been researching civil society for a very long time. But today what I'll be talking about is a little bit different from how I have thought about the work of civil society for many years. And so I'm going to be talking about my new book, which is the same title as this talk, and thinking about the importance of human rights implications for data and vice versa. So this is going to be a little bit different, I think, than how most of you probably came into this room thinking about data. Specifically, how do we apply human rights values to a world of datafication? And what I mean by that is datafication is describing the reality that our behaviors that reveal our innermost thoughts and personal activities have become digital data in recent years. So I'm a political scientist. I work in international relations. Mostly I work on global governance issues, and this book is asking us to consider how datafication of human life actually changes how we govern, and also why human rights is such an important tool for thinking about governance issues we have today, about datafication, but of course other things as well. Now, the book itself is written for a general audience. It draws on many academic disciplines, but it takes most of its examples actually from the headlines and from well-known cases, which I look at to explore the human rights implications of data-related cases. Then the book itself, just to let you know a little bit about personal angle, it came about right before the pandemic hit, or at least it felt like that. So at the end of 2019, I was starting to think about this book. And I think we all, as you all know in this room, as we are talking today, we all went online. We use these digital platforms. They were perfect for the type of policy changes that took place during the pandemic. But it also gave me a front seat to observe how much of our lives now, as a result, have changed because of how pervasive digital technologies are, and how much of our lives have become data. So in the short time we have together today, I'm going to be talking about some of the concepts I introduced in the book, but I also want to talk about the implications for politics, because all of you are engaged in the political and social change process. And I'd like to talk about how datafication challenges the human experience and challenges very much the advocacy and political action that you all work on. So I'm very much looking forward to thinking through some of your concerns with you in the Q&A. Now, I also want to flag that when I talk about data and human rights, I'm very much concerned with data about people, or that data that are taken from people. So data that are not taken from people or are not about people are not so much a concern for human rights. And so that's just something I wanted to flag. Now, to begin, I like to start at the intersection of Amazon.com, basketball legend Shaquille O'Neal, and reality TV show Shark Tank to talk about something that I think is actually fairly commonplace in our society today. And that although these three things don't often come to mind together, they do share one important thing, and that is the Ring doorbell. Amazon.com owns the Ring company, which was initially shopped around on Shark Tank, and whose fortunes turned around, among other things, through the support of the sharks and by Shaq's endorsement in a series of commercials. Now, I'm sure many of you have encountered such a device as the Ring, and if you haven't, you've probably seen other video doorbells like the Google Nest or the Arlo or the Blink. By the way, that's also owned by Amazon. You may even own one. About a fifth of American households do, and sales surged during the pandemic here in Canada and beyond. So the Ring, along with other video doorbells, offers purchasers and the owners of these doorbells to monitor and record the area around their doors or wherever they happen to be placing the doorbell. And they take audio and visual recordings. This allows owners to speak to visitors and answer the door even when they're not home. And on top of that, you can link a bunch of Ring products like cameras or lights together and really create your own security system for your own property. So what does that have to do with human rights? Increasingly, everyday objects like the smart doorbell are raising important questions for the human experience and therefore human rights. As our devices become more and more data intensive, and as emerging technologies like AI rely on massive pools of data in order to work, more and more of the mundane activities of our lives become data. In other words, data are being taken from us, about us, in the most unexpected and often mundane ways. Now, the Ring's audio and visual detection and recording abilities change the terms of who surveys. So most of us, I think, have become accustomed to and understand the purpose of closed circuit TV monitoring in public spaces or in places like shopping malls, right? Places where there are a lot of people gathering at any one time. Ring products, however, are actually placed in public spaces facing the street. In other words, they're on homes, but the purpose is to monitor the area that is typically public, the sidewalk, around those homes. And so the surveillance is being done by private homeowners for their own purposes. Now, as we walk by these places, as we walk by these doorbells, our voices, our images, and our video capture of how we walk and move are being created into different types of data for analysis. And this allows for some uses that may not be exactly what has been intended by those who purchased the Ring. So Ring has gotten into some controversy for the agreements it has signed with thousands of law enforcement bodies to share Ring camera data without knowledge or consent of the doorbell's owners. Doorbell owners also, if they pay through a subscription program, can download video and audio captured by their devices. So they can also keep track of what's going on. But sometimes it doesn't always work in the way we anticipate. And there have been a number of high-profile cases where hackers actually hijacked the camera and used the two-way microphone on Ring products to stalk children, to harass the elderly, and other unsuspecting users. In other words, turning the surveillance back on those who wanted to survey to begin with. And I want to point out that we, as the people interacting in the world or going about our daily lives as pedestrians or drivers, are probably unaware of these devices as we go through our neighborhoods, doing our daily things. We are not consenting to our activities and movements, however mundane and harmless, to those being captured. And so, doorbell owners themselves aren't always consenting to the use of the footage captured on their devices. And I think practically it would just be very difficult to consent to all the things that the Ring is both designed to do and is capable of doing. Now, I want to point out the Ring is just one of countless smart objects that are recording and sharing data about us with various entities, be they corporate or government. And these entities have an interest in collecting data from people. So this raises several questions to my mind. First, to what extent are human activities and human existence itself becoming data? But secondly, how are our rights as human beings being tested and perhaps even being violated in a social context in which data intensive devices are ubiquitous in our pockets, on our wrists, on our desks, and in and outside of our homes? So in the interest of sort of going through the book in a comprehensive and yet, I think, digestible way in the short time we have together, I've pulled 5 takeaways out of the book. And so, these days you don't need me to tell you about data from people, data about people being used in ways that we might find troubling. So, whether that's the idea of us being tracked through our behavior through apps and the internet, or as free fodder for generative AI like ChatGPT, we know that data about people and our activities are being collected and used. Now, perhaps we might feel we can't help, but actually be part of this process because of how our daily lives are intertwined and structured around smartphones and the internet to do our day-to-day activities. We engage with digital technologies, whether we like it or not, whether we know it or not, or think about it actively or not. So that, today we're on Zoom, we're tapping into public transit, we're patronizing stores that often use loyalty programs, some of them even use facial recognition technology. We're walking through our neighborhoods with homes that have Rings and other digital doorbells on them. This is the process of datafication. This is what we mean when many of the things we do every day have become digital data. And so we might feel like data subjects, we might feel subjected to this data collection process. And so one of the things I want to emphasize in this book is that it's important not to think of ourselves and act as though we are data subjects, but that we are actually data stakeholders, and why human rights are a useful tool to help us think about data stakeholders. And I hope that becomes clear in the rest of the talk. Now, we need to understand what it means to be a data source. So we're all data sources, how important this role actually is, and why, even in a sea of data sources, so the 8 billion people alive today, or the approximately 8 billion people on Earth today, we don't have to lose to powerful data collectors like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, and Meta. So to be a stakeholder, right, we have to be heard. And this is something that's familiar to the folks in this room. But what makes it difficult in a datafied context is because there are billions of data sources. But I think one of the hangups or one of the roadblocks to thinking about data stakeholdership is actually we're not thinking about these data that are being collected as something intrinsically human. In fact, we're often told data are commodities, something to be bought and sold like oil. Data are seen as dust or detritus or exhaust. We're told we're the product if we're not paying. So these are real market-driven concepts, right? But what if we imagine a world where data are not just about economics, they're not just about the market, but they're actually about human beings, right? As human, if data were human and part and parcel with human life. So what if data were subject, therefore, to the globally endorsed framework of human rights because they are part of human life? So that's part of what it means to be a stakeholder. It means acknowledging and acting as though we have skin in the game and we have an entitlement to speak up. So rather than sitting back and being subject to data collectors' policies on how they make, store, and analyze data about us, we need to start moving the conversation to one in which data are embedded in human rights. That sounds really great. However, there is a real problem with the way that data are, or the qualities of data that make it actually quite difficult to to use human rights, at least the way that we currently think about them. So I want to talk a little bit about data stickiness. I think this is something that is actually a really difficult problem to solve. So data are sticky. They're sticky like gum at the bottom of your shoe. It's really easy to step on gum, really hard to take it off your shoe. And similarly, it's really easy to generate data about your activities. It's not very easy to get rid of them or even know about them. So this is where data and gum are a little bit different. But often we don't even know about the types of data being collected or generated or what happens to them. And there are 4 reasons why data are sticky. But before I get to those, we all know in this room, the reason why digital data are really useful is that they're easy to copy and easy to transfer. Okay. And that's a quality that makes them both useful and problematic. And it sort of feeds into these qualities of stickiness. So the first is this idea that data are sticky because they're mundane. And I said this a little bit earlier, in that the data being collected about us now, I would think that most of us would say are not very interesting or very special because they're routine, they're mundane, they're everyday. They're about things we do on a daily basis that we may not be able to change. We probably can't change our commute patterns or when we pick up our children from school. We can't change the way we walk. There are things like that, but there are also things that are just not interesting. I mean, your Amazon order is really not intrinsically interesting, right? So these are the types of data that are being collected across the population about things we may have called boring or even private, but I think a better way to think about them is just that they're mundane, they're everyday. So data are sticky because they're about mundane things. They're also sticky because data are linked. So this is just the idea that once a datum about some activity is created, it doesn't stay nice and neat in a single data source or data set rather, but that these data are valuable because they can be merged and analyzed with other data. And so the data travel, they're linked together in different data sets. And of course, data are bought and sold on a regular basis on the market. Now, data are also sticky because they're effectively forever. And this is because once data are created, we don't really know what happens to them because data are digital data are easily transferable and copied. It's very difficult to know where these data go. It's very difficult to verify deletion of data even after we ask that data be deleted or that things be taken down. And so it's easier to think about data as effectively forever. And finally, I want to talk about data stickiness because it's co-created. And I think this is something where I think this is where there are real concerns when it comes to thinking about data as in the human rights context, but also beyond that. So co-creation of data really refers to the fact that for any data about people, you need 2 actors. You need a data source and you need a data collector because data don't exist in the wild, right? We have to actually create them. And so you can't have data about people if there are no data sources, and you can't have data about people if you don't have data collectors. And so this is why I said it's really important to recognize the importance of data sources or our role as data sources, because there's a dependent relationship between the sources and collectors in terms of creating data. It also creates a problem with thinking about whose data they are in terms of thinking about property rights. Because even though the data are about you as the source, if the company didn't exist to create the data, that data wouldn't exist. So whose data are they? I think that's a real question that hasn't been answered. And beyond thinking about just the source and collector distinction, I want to encourage everyone to think about data as collective. So often we think about data taken from individuals, and that's kind of how I've talked about it today. But I think it's also really important to think about the collective nature of the data, the collective importance of the data. If we were just collecting data about individuals without merging them with other individuals and thinking about collective predictions or collective implications, the data wouldn't be themselves valuable, right? They're only valuable because we aggregate them and think about this idea of, quote, people like you, okay? So even though the data come from individuals and they have individual implications, they're also being used to draw collective inferences and collective implications. And so someone else's experiences might affect you without you knowing how, without that person actually knowing that they've had an effect on you. And so when data are created about people, it's important to remember they're not created in isolation and they have collective and individual implications. So how can human rights help in this regard, in this world of sticky data? Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about human rights in a sort of a different way for those of you who are familiar with the body of international human rights that exists today. So first I want to say, as political scientist Jack Donnelly argues, human rights are not about what humans are, but it's about what we might become. Okay, so they're about protecting human potential. So it's important to remember that in the context of datafication. Now, some of you might be familiar with the story of international human rights and how they really came to fruition after World War II. Let me just say quickly, you know, for those of you who don't have this historical background, so after World War II, there were years of negotiation around what human rights could be or should be in the sort of new world order that was created with the United Nations, and the product of that was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948. It's often called the UDHR for short. And through these negotiations, state delegates came up with 30 articles they saw as key to the establishment of international human rights going forward. It also established the norms that human rights are universal, unconditional, and interdependent. Finally, it established that states are responsible for the protection and realization of human rights. So these are entitlements that individuals and later groups could use to make claims against the state. So some of you, I'm sure all of us in this room are familiar with some human rights. So freedom of expression, freedom from torture, the right to education, the right to choose a marriage partner, the right to a fair trial. These are just a few from the dozens and dozens that have now arisen as a result of the UN and other international organizational systems that protect human rights. And so there are 9 human rights treaties in the UN, the main ones. There are some human rights that are being discussed as potential additional rights. But some of the important conventions you may have heard of are, for example, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, or the Genocide Convention, or the Convention Against Torture. These are all about specific human rights, right? Specific entitlements that one can use to claim. But I think in a datafied world, we have to step a little bit back from the specifics. And so what happened, this is sort of a depiction of the way that one of the framers of the UDHR thought that human rights fit together. Because once you start thinking about individual rights and their specificities, it's sometimes hard to see how they fit together in the international human rights framework. And so this was also a problem for the framers of the UDHR. And René Cassin was a famed French diplomat and lawyer. He came up with this idea of a portico. So human rights and the UDHR fit together to build the front of a house, really. They all come together in different pillars, roughly, of different types of rights to support the sort of collective activity of human rights in the international sphere. And as you can see, there's this idea that they fit together. There are these steps leading up to a beautiful entryway where the pillars hold up the roof, the collective project of human rights, which provided internal logic for a document that otherwise seemed like just a grocery list of things that people should have the right to claim. But what I want to point us all to is not these pillars. And I want to encourage all of us to think about actually the bottom, the foundation of this building. The foundation of this building has 4 human rights values. These are the values that human rights are fundamentally trying to protect, to enshrine as important and universal values. And I don't think these values have changed, but the way we think about what's possible has changed with these 4 values because of technological shifts of what some might call affordances, what's possible in a human life. And so I point you to these 4 words. In the book, I do talk about a couple of them differently. So, for example, in the 1940s, this idea of liberty, I think in the modern day, the word autonomy really captures what we mean when we think about making and acting on our choices freely, to be able to exercise agency. The idea of community captures brotherhood, um, this idea of sociality and membership without the gendered tone. We have dignity, which is about the worth of a person, right? How do we feel in terms of the worth in feeling and in treatment. And finally, we have the idea of equality. This speaks to a desire to be treated without discrimination in accordance with a common baseline. So these four values of dignity, equality, autonomy, and community haven't changed. I think they've been they are in the background of many of our concerns with human rights and datafication today. But the stickiness of data does change what we might have to be concerned with. And I think another thing worth pointing out is that where the framers of the UDHR were worried about physical detention and physical restraints and physical harm on a human being's flourishing, we now also have to recognize what the framers could not, which is, of course, that human life is physical and digital, and they're entwined. So what I argue in the book is that stickiness of data can change and sometimes hurt our abilities to exercise autonomy and dignity. How data sticks to us is a question not only for equality, but the equity of the human condition. And finally, the implications for community are many. And if we think about different technologies affecting how we understand each other and how we communicate, we can think about how data intensive technologies impair social coherence. Okay, so let me move to the next takeaway. One of the things I really wanted to talk about in the book was also the importance of big tech. Now we're used to, of course, that's not controversial on its face. We're used to thinking about these multinational firms that drive our digital economy, the ones we call big tech, as powerful because they are wealthy. And I think that's absolutely right. They are incredibly historically wealthy. But as a political scientist, we recognize the various forms of power in the world, and money is just one way to exercise power. In fact, I would argue that the nature of big tech's creations and their role in collecting and analyzing data have actually given them far more than economic power. I think they've actually become governors in the language of political science. They govern the ways we're used to thinking about states doing. Okay, so what is governing? Governing means creating order around shared expectations. It means setting rules and then finding ways to enforce those rules. So this is the work of government, right? We usually expect governments to govern. Yet I think more and more big tech can be said to govern. And they govern by creating and controlling the digital platforms through which we access services and create social and political connections. So just to take a very prominent example, Meta controls the community standards on its platforms, Instagram and Facebook. These standards set the basis for the kinds of speech that can happen on these platforms. Now, between its various, it's got four main platforms. It's got, in addition to Instagram and Facebook, there's also WhatsApp and Messenger. These are all Meta companies. Meta reaches more than 3 billion people. Some of the more current numbers actually push it closer to 4 billion people. So that's far more people than any government can legitimately claim to govern. And Meta has an oversight board, which is a body that uses human rights to evaluate what gets removed or reinstated on Facebook and Instagram. And once these decisions get made, they affect lots and lots of people the world over. That's not an overstatement. But right now, as I said earlier, human rights responsibility falls to states. States are the ones who are responsible for human rights. Big tech falls under businesses, which must respect human rights. But what if they don't? The news keeps changing, so it's kind of hard to keep up with what platforms are actually allowing us to access news and who isn't. We also know that there's an ongoing dispute in this country between big tech platforms and the government in terms of compensating journalism outlets. And so, Google has said that they'll pull out, they'll stop featuring news in this country. Meta has already made the decision to stop featuring news and allowing news sharing capacity, for example, on its platforms. So this is something that's happening in real time. Millions of people, and potentially if Google decides to change the way it relays news, so it could be billions of people no longer having access to information about what's going on in the world. You can imagine how this might affect our exercise of freedom of expression, our freedom of conscience, our right to assemble. You can think of all the different rights that require information, right? That require knowing. So if we are to use human rights effectively in the age of data, we really need to start thinking about how big tech governs our daily lives, including what we can share, but also what we know. And not holding big tech accountable as governors means that we're actually not holding them responsible for the changes they've brought to human lives and also the way that humans experience their lives. The final takeaway is that we need to start thinking about data literacy as a human right. I see this very much as a long-term project in some ways, but also one that will give us the ability to exercise our stakeholdership, to resist some of these actions by big tech in more informed and effective ways once we start thinking in their terms, right? So that means that data literacy will help us become better data stakeholders, and that the reason we should think about data literacy as a human right is because it's embedded in the universal right to education. Because my argument in the book is that if human life will continue to be data centric, and there's no reason to think it's not going to be, learning about data, how to make data, how to use data, and the implications of creating digital data are going to be part of a core human experience. So we need to know how data work. Without a universal entitlement to data literacy, we then would risk leaving the most of us behind, of most data sources, while the few data collectors make leaps and bounds by exploiting the data about us they've collected. So literacy is about giving individuals and communities the skills in order to function in a data-driven society. So what does it mean to realize the right to data literacy? Now, when I talk about data literacy, I'm not talking about everyone needs to be a data scientist. That's data expertise, right? So data literacy is really about understanding conceptual frameworks of data creation, how data contribute to knowledge, and how digital data in particular affect human life, and how to understand the outputs that we're getting from AI, for example. So there are a lot of ways to think about how we might get there to a data literate population. Already there are community-based programs that are out there, teaching kids, teaching community members the basic premises behind data creation, why our assumptions about the world matter because they're built into the data we collect, and how the choices of data sources really matter for what we can learn from those data. And going forward, we need more than this. We need more than informal forms of data literacy. We need to start thinking about educational programming in data literacy. Now, all countries have different ways in which education policy is governed. And so depending on which country we're talking about, of course, the change will happen at the national or maybe local levels. But the point is that we need to start thinking about how to retool curricula to enable populations to be data literate. And already places like Estonia have done a really standout job in making sure there's supports for students as well as teachers in the shift. Now, there might be good reasons for Estonia to do this. They have historically and continue to deal with Russian misinformation, but also they are 99% online in terms of government services. And so they really need a data literate population. In the meantime, while we're trying to think about school curricula, I think the other mindset or the other shift we should really be thinking about is the importance of libraries. Okay, now we think about libraries as books, right? That's what we mostly tend to think about. But libraries actually should be seen as the stewards of data and data literacy, because the book relationship is about giving people linguistic literacy skills, which libraries are incredibly good at through their programming. But there's no reason why we shouldn't be thinking about libraries to give us the wide societal reach we need to bring about data literacy. And of course, that means reshuffling funding, like digital technology funding, towards these very accessible places that are embedded in the communities they reach already. So libraries are a critical part of reaching the public in terms of thinking about data literacy. Let me turn now to thinking a little bit about collective action, because this is an important theme that has run throughout my career, and I think it's an important theme to talk about with you all today, because I think that there are real challenges of the digital age and of the data intensive society we find ourselves in for thinking about collective action, right? So, what is the ask that we would be potentially making in resistance to or in favor of something like data literacy or datafication? Like, what does it mean? What are we asking? Are we asking for a rollback of these technologies? Are we asking for a banning? I tend to think that these types, some of the absolute demands do not seem to be resonating with a lot of people, because I do think that when we think about how embedded these technologies are in many people's lives today, the banning or sudden restriction of these technologies is really difficult for a lot of people to fathom. I don't think many people necessarily want that. We have to think about what kinds of data maybe need to be restricted in order to preserve human rights, to preserve the values of human rights like dignity, autonomy, equality, and community. So that's really what the ask is, I think, is a fundamental question for charities and social movements and NGOs. And I think this is something that we really have to think about. I also think, when we think about the effectiveness of civil society, one of the things is that many organizations or movements are good at defining the collective. Who is in, who is out, who is affected, who is harmed. But one of the troubles with the datafied world, I think, is exactly this, is that the collectives may be harmed in very different ways. Some parts of the population may be very much harmed, whereas others are not harmed in a very direct way. I also think that algorithms are sorting us based on the data they collect about us in collectives that we are not aware of. So, if you work on, helping the populations who are unhoused, or if you're helping, indigenous groups or women or children, those groups are self-identified often. But what happens when we don't even know what kinds of collectivities we are in, because we're being algorithmically sorted into bins, literally, and we're not conscious of the other people who are in those bins? We never know, because the insights that some of the algorithms are deriving are exactly patterns that human beings may not be used to making connections to, and that creates problems for who's in the collective. Okay, so we have to think about collectivities, I think, very differently in the age of data. I also think one of the other things that has really come about when I was thinking about my book is, why don't people act? Why don't people resist? I think part of it is because we don't think about the fact that we can, that we're not stakeholders, we're subjects, and I think that's part of the reason. But I also think this is related to what I just said, which is, in order to have collective action, we have to actually have collective consciousness. And so if we don't have collective consciousness, how do we resist? How do we act? Now, I don't even want to think about it in terms of resistance. I just think, how do we take action if we don't have a collective consciousness? And so there is some work in political science and in other social science fields that does talk about the importance of thinking about different types of power and how those can be exercised to actually prevent people from realizing their common collectivities. We can think about why people don't vote. Why do people vote against what we might think of as their economic or social or cultural interest? I think there are all sorts of different insights we need to pull in order to really think about how datafication inhibits our ability to actually collectively act. And so by way of conclusion, I think there are some ideas that I think that have implications on the work you all do and for the CICP project as well. So first is that the idea of treating data from people as really data taken from people, living human beings, and therefore they should be treated as though they come from living human beings, is a really important frame. It's a really important turn because we have to recognize data don't come from nowhere. They come from someone and they have to be created in a co-creative process. And so I think that there's a tendency, because data are numbers or data are zeros and ones, we forget they come from people. And so in that sense, privacy is not enough. If the data already exists, then the promise to keep someone's privacy is a very different thing from just maybe just not collecting data at all. If you have a human rights centric framework, you may not collect certain types of data. So creating data and then doing things to safeguard it later is the way that we have approached things. So what about consent, right? You might say, well, we asked for consent. As a researcher myself who deals with human subjects, I see consent all the time from participants in my survey research, in my interview research. We try to explain the process and the uses of the data we are collecting from people. We go through a rigorous ethics process that is reviewed by layers at the university to assess whether we are appropriately obtaining consent, whether that consent can be rescinded, and when and how data are managed and destroyed. And for those of you who have not had the experience of doing this sort of thing, let me tell you, they really do press you on every single one of these questions. And I think that's really important because we're collecting data about people. But these types of rigorous processes are not happening with all the data that are out there about us, right? That is the problem. And I don't think we need to replicate these very thick processes about obtaining consent when we're thinking about these very limited academic studies that are, they're limited in that we're not looking at billions of people, we're looking at maybe hundreds, maybe tens, maybe thousands. But, the consent is limited to the uses and implications of that kind of data collection. That's fairly straightforward versus the data collection that's happening on a second by second basis by having digital devices. So I want us to think about that. And finally, I want to pose the question of whether data about individuals is different from data about groups of individuals. So those that are in collectives. Is data about organizations qualitatively different? Do we have co-creation or human rights concerns there? And what about de-identified data? What happens to de-identified data that can be sorted into groups? And how do we think about that sort of thing when we're doing the work that we're doing? And we need data in order to get to understand the world and to present the analyses and the solutions that we all have in the things that we're engaged in. So I want to thank you for your time. And I'm really looking forward to engaging with you all.
Thank you, Wendy. I thought it was really thought-provoking and informative, and I've seen the project kind of grow, and I'm really pleased that now it's finally out. So congratulations on this achievement. I guess
you.
I'll start with a question, then I'll let the audience ask questions, whether it's through Slido or we'll walk around and give everyone the time. But so what would you tell to a team like us doing this big project, collecting all this information about organization, to act or think about our data in ethical ways, or think through some of the issues that you have pointed out? What would be your recommendations to us?
Yeah, so I think that's a really good question, and one actually I had I mean, on my last slide, like I was thinking about your project in
Yeah.
particular, like, okay, I'm going to say all this stuff to Paloma and all her guests, and now what? Right? So I think that one thing is this norm of data minimization is really important. And we all do this, and certainly in terms of when you're collecting data, I think there's a tendency to want to collect as much as you can because this is your opportunity. And I certainly know this as as an academic researcher. You've got the research subject. Get as much information as you can. But I think we need to I think this is going to be more prep work than anything. It's not that we shouldn't get data that we think is important and relevant. In fact, I think that what I'm saying is not incompatible with data collection, but that we should one maybe think through all the implications of having those data exist, right? As much as we can. And as much as we can, think about the ways that we might want to use those data. And I know these are really tall challenges because it is part of the research project to learn from the data. And so there might be things that come up later in the process that don't occur to you before you've started talking to people. So it's not that I think that one of the, and this is not necessarily one that's as in the social sciences, I think we tend to be more data minimalist. I do think, though, that there are other disciplines where they just grab the data that you can and see what happens. And in fact, we know that companies often take much more data than they ever will use, but the data exists. And so there is potential that one day somebody else could find those data, could use those data inappropriately or like in ways that they weren't intended to be used. And so I think that's really important. And the other thing is intent, right? Is to really be intentional in the way that we think about data and what kinds of data and how we attach individuals to them. And it may be, in your case, there's also thinking about whether there are group vulnerabilities that we as researchers may not anticipate. So it's about asking your broader stakeholders, like, is there potential risk to asking these types of questions or including certain types of groups in different question sets?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll open up if there is someone in the audience here. We have someone. If you could introduce yourself and then ask your question, it would be great.
My name is Leo Doyle, and I graduated from Carleton University, a graduate degree in 1991, and I'm mostly sort of volunteering in the not-for-profit sector now after 30 years with the federal government. My question is, with respect to the United Nations, so what explicitly then would we be asking for? Would we be looking for a treaty or looking to interpret the existing United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, or would it be a treaty itself that is focused on data? And yeah, that's my question.
Yeah. Thank you, Leo. Do you want me to take one at a time? Questions? Yeah. Okay. So I think that's a really good question. And right now, a lot of the work being done, both by, I would say, at the global level, but then also at the national level, is about almost like a distinguishing between digital versus non-digital worlds. And that's not really tenable going forward, considering that these worlds are entwined. You don't have a digital life and a physical life. You have a physical life with digital components. And then the data about you are also floating around out there, but they do come back to affect you. They affect the way you experience different websites. They affect whether you qualify for credit or other types of things, right? So I don't think separating, so like the US government for a while had a AI Bill of Rights. Well, it's important to recognize that the AI are affecting us on a real day-to-day basis. And so I think that's one of the things. I don't think there should be a digital Bill of Rights. That's been out there for quite some time. I don't think that our lives are fundamentally different online as they are in terms of there's no separate online life. I think what's different and what we need to think about more is how digital technologies, how automated predictive technologies like AI, and how these vast troves of data out there about people are changing our exercise of different rights. And so in the book, I don't talk about like, well, what's different about privacy now? Or what's different about freedom of expression? I think a lot of people have done that. But it's hard to know what's going to happen in 15 years, right? It's hard to know what's going to happen in 50 years. If you listen to AI experts, some of them think we'll have, a killer robot in 15 years. Some people think it's even closer than that. So I think that it's really hard to make these kinds of proclamations in law. So what I want us to remember is not the specific things that might affect our different rights or our lives, but what is being affected. So how is that changing our autonomy? How are these changes affecting the way we feel about ourselves or how we treat others with dignity or not? I think these are important things to keep in mind. So I could say a lot more about what's going on in the regulatory space with regard to AI, but I think the last thing I'll say is that a lot of times in the policy space, the regulation of AI is separate from the regulation of data. But AI is dependent on data. And so as much as we need computing resources and we need algorithmic innovation, without these giant pools of training data, your AI does not produce anything meaningful or useful for us. And so I really think it's important to emphasize that regulating AI is regulating data, or is as much about regulating data as regulating algorithms.
Thank you, Wendy. I know you have a hard stop coming, so we need to conclude, unfortunately. But I think you gave us a lot to think about, particularly this idea and this era of artificial intelligence, the data that come in has to be quality data to have helpful, meaningful outputs as well. And I think we have to really maintain this rigor in order to have meaningful insights and leverage this for us, not the opposite. So thank you so much for being with us despite the distance, and good luck with everything. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. It was really great to visit, even though I couldn't be there. So thank you. Thank you, Paloma.
Thanks, bye.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you. I invite everyone, it's break time. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. So you have time to walk around, enjoy our art exhibit, grab a box lunch here, come back to the room, eat, or go hide in a corner if you need a break from people. There's no judgment, but enjoy. Thank you so much for the first part of the day. So we'll see you at 2 on the dot here. Thank you.
there. There you can actually see.
Ready?
Welcome back. I hope you had a chance to connect with each other, connect back to the office, whatever was needed, and enjoyed some free time. In this panel, we're looking at the knowledge infrastructure in Canada for the charitable and nonprofit philanthropic sector. So we've asked this panel to assess the current knowledge infrastructure for the sector, the initiatives, frameworks, some of the tools that are being used and by whom. So what are the current strengths and limitations, the gaps in this infrastructure? Does it meet the sector's needs, the regulators' needs? And then from this, the current landscape, we've asked the panelists to talk about the potential future of Canada's knowledge infrastructure in a digital age. Where does it seem to be going? How to forge a stronger, more useful, relevant, more agile infrastructure going forward. And we have three people who are deeply engaged in the knowledge infrastructure. Shamila Kare, who is Director General of the Charities Directorate of the Canada Revenue Agency. She spent many times in other policy roles related to charities in the Directorate and in finance. And I have to put it in alum. She's an SPPA, a School of Public Policy alum with a graduate diploma. Michael Lenzer, many of you already know, is CEO of AJA, based in Montreal, and has been working on data strategies for many sector organizations and governments. And he is a fellow with our school. And David Lasby, Director of Research at Imagine Canada. David's the person behind the curtain who, on most of the data that we have out there about the sector, so we all know his work, even if we don't know all the magic that goes into it. So, Shamila, would you like to start us off? Where are we?
Sure. Sounds great. Can everybody hear me properly? Perfect. So it's really nice to be here, and thank you for the introduction. When I took your course, I did a research paper on comparing the regulatory framework for registered charities and nonprofit organizations, and that kind of sparked my interest in this field. And lo and behold, over 25 years later, I'm sort of working in the field full time. So I'm glad I got to do that research
I thought it was
project.
only 5 years ago.
Yeah, a bit more than 5 years. And thank you, Paloma, for the invitation. I am here with some other staff from the Charities Directorate. So Robert Delaney is our Director of Policy, kind of responsible for data. And we have Matthew Gamble, he's one of our senior analysts, and he helped me get ready for today. And Suzanne Webb, she's our manager responsible for business intelligence. So I hope you get an opportunity to speak with them as well. So I've certainly learned a lot today about this project. It's really unique. I don't think I've heard about such projects in other sectors. So I think the team is definitely doing something very innovative. And one of the questions I did want to ask this morning was if you had some exchanges with Statistics Canada and what they thought about the work that was being done here. So I'm representing the Charities Directorate at the Canada Revenue Agency, and our goal is to promote compliance with the income tax legislation and regulations relating to charities. We try to take an education-first approach. We try to provide excellent service, and we try to be a responsible regulator. And we really want to contribute to the integrity of the charitable sector. It's an important sector for Canada, and it's one that Canadians need to be able to trust, and thereby we're helping contribute to the social well-being of Canadians. So you'll find in the Charities Directorate almost over 260 individuals who are really passionate about this mission and care deeply about the work we do. We sort of labeled as a de facto regulator of charities. We've kind of taken up a bit of a space that's been left vacant by the provinces, and this is really because of the tax advantages that charities have. Charities can issue receipts for donations they receive, and individuals can claim tax credits, corporations can claim deductions, and the charities themselves, if they're registered, are exempt from income tax. So we do a whole variety of tasks in the Directorate, and they range from reviewing applications for registration as a charity. We provide information and guidance and advice so that charities maintain their registered status. We have a compliance program that takes a balanced approach where we try to educate charities so that they remain in compliance with the requirements of the Act, and we save our audit resources where we see the risk of greatest non-compliance. We also have a number of education programs with the charitable sector and engagement through our Technical Issues Working Group and an advisory committee on the charitable sector, which Kevin McCourt, he's one of our sector co-chairs right now, serves on. And we have a role to play in supporting Canada's national security efforts when it comes to terrorist financing and ensuring that the sector is not used to support terrorist financing. So since assuming my duties as Director General, I think every time I meet with stakeholders, the topic of data comes up, and the void of data is often raised. The abundance of data in different places can be raised, and how can we bring all of this data together? But it's definitely something that is on people's minds, and the lack of a comprehensive survey for now 20 years is also something that comes up regularly. So it is a very important conversation. So, you know, for us at the Directorate, data is very important. If we look at the report on federal tax expenditures, the cost of the charitable donations tax credit for individuals was about $3.5 billion. So we need to ensure that we have the information from the sector to ensure that they are in compliance and that this tax expenditure that the government is making is well spent. So every year, registered charities have to fill out something called an annual information return, the T3010, and they have to file it 6 months after their fiscal period end. And it has a dual function, so it's definitely there to help us in our compliance efforts, but it also serves a public transparency purpose. And so this information is available for the most part. There are a few confidential elements to the T3010 form, but most of it is available to the public and available on our website. And, I think this is, having the information available to Canadians is, it's an important role that we play at the Canada Revenue Agency, and it's a very popular data set. So the Government of Canada has something called the Open Data Portal, and this data set was visited over 600 times in 2022, so it's quite a popular government data set. And we at the Charities Directorate also respond to requests from stakeholders for the T3010 data. And in 2022-23, during that fiscal year, we received 772 requests for T3010 data. So these requests come from donors, from the media, from researchers, academics, professional fundraisers, and it helps them in the work and the objectives they're trying to pursue. So there is quite a bit of interest in the T3010 data, which is interesting, and quite a workload for us. But I think it's also important to think about the accuracy and the reliability of the data that charities are providing on the T3010. The onus is on charities to fill out that form accurately, and I think there is some onus on the regulator to help the charities understand what they need to be filling out on the form. It is sometimes a little bit complicated and difficult to understand, and terminology doesn't necessarily match what you might use for accounting purposes. But we really do try to educate so that charities can voluntarily comply with the rules. If you go to our website, we have a lot of products available, guidance, videos, infographics, different types of educational tools. We also have something called an charities education program, and we will have auditors visit newly registered charities. They're not out to do an audit, they're out to do a visit, and they'll sit down with the charity, go through their books and records, and review their annual filing obligations. And it's a very popular program that we have in the Charities Directorate, and I think those who participated have found it very helpful. So one issue that we are struggling with in terms of, what will the future look like, it's really about how quickly we can move towards online filing. So right now we do have digital services in the Charities Directorate. Charities can file their annual information returns online, but we're seeing about a 22% take-up rate right now. So almost 80% of the sector is still filing by mail, on paper. Some of that population is actually using some type of software, completing the T3010 form using a computer, then hitting the print button, putting it in an envelope, and mailing it in to us. So it's not simply a question of computer literacy that is preventing the sector from using the digital services. One of the issues that we struggle with is we are a tax agency, so we do have a very secure system. We want to make sure that everybody who uses our system is protected. And as a result, this has created some concerns in the charitable sector that they're having trouble accessing our web services and are concerned about having to provide their social insurance numbers for authentication purposes. So we are trying to work through these issues, but they are challenging issues for us to deal with when we are part of this machinery. And we do want to make sure that the charity's information is protected. Another reason to kind of push the digital is that when we receive the forms in paper, they need to be keyed into our systems manually. Our keyers can be the most perfect keyers in Canada, but there's still the opportunity for human error. Matthew gave me a suggestion, like if you're looking at a handwritten 6 or a handwritten 8, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. And if you're keying in information and you're working quickly, mistakes can happen. Sometimes additional zeros are added. So having the charity input the information themselves doesn't mean that the charity won't make a mistake. There's just less opportunity for human error. We have a pretty good comms plan in place. We will be going out and doing some public opinion research with the charitable sector to better understand some of the barriers that they are facing. And we also have some webinars planned on how to use the MyBA account. So those should be taking place towards the end of the month, early December. So we're going to try our best. We'd like to get that number from 22 up to 100%. And once we're close to 100%, then we can start building in validations into our online system to make it easier to complete the T3010 electronically. That is very challenging for us to do when we have most people filing via paper, just a small percentage filing online. The keyers can't replicate a system that includes validations. And looking ahead, so many of you may know that in the federal budget of 2022, the government introduced some changes to the disbursement quota. They also asked the CRA to collect some more data. So we will have a new version of the T3010 going out, and starting in 2024, on the new schedule, charities will be able to calculate their disbursement quota and track their excess or shortfall for a given fiscal period. So I think this is going to be very helpful. And we will have new questions on donor-advised funds, restricted funds held by foundations, as well as impact investments. And all of this data will be used by the Department of Finance because they intend to do a 5-year review of the disbursement quota changes they introduced in Budget 2022. So I thought, this is a little bit of the CRA story. The T3010 is a very specific data set designed for our compliance activities with a little bit of a public transparency purpose. It's not the only data set that's available about the sector, but I think it is an important data set. So I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Sharmila. Before turning it over, let me ask you one question though. From a regulatory perspective, are there a set of data or a kind of data that you wish you had that you don't have? What are the big, is there a gap from your perspective that would make the regulator's life easier?
I think it's a great question. I think being able to track the disbursement quota right now, it's a very manual tracking that we have to do. I think that could be very helpful. And I think we need some more tools internally for compliance purposes, so we can really mine the data to see where there are problematic patterns. Mm-hmm. And we're not quite there yet. Okay. Doesn't mean we won't be, but I don't know, Rob, if you had anything you wanted to add?
I filled the wrong forms, they answer the questions incorrectly, a complete set of data would be really helpful.
Okay. And
So
we'll come
data
back to-
quality, yeah.
Michael, so tell us more about the data landscape you're working in. You've helped with lots of data strategies. You dealing with putting together big and linked data sets. So what do you see as the landscape, and where do you see it going?
Thanks. Thanks for having me here. It's a great panel to be on. And I'm very proud to be involved with the school, and congratulations for all the work and success that you've had here. So, yeah, I'm speaking from very much the perspective of a technologist, which is not very much of a shared experience when you're working in the nonprofit sector. And I think I feel very much like a technologist who works in the nonprofit sector, is normally kind of what work is like. So I see a lot of technical things that are possible that aren't being done, and that are done in other sectors and are normal in other sectors. And so a lot of my work is around understanding why that is, and then helping our clients, helping different sector stakeholders in different sector positions think about the role of data infrastructures. I love that that's the term that we're talking about here. I think that's a term that I've been excited about, and working with Tracy Lorio, who's a professor here, you guys have collaborated with, but thinking about data infrastructures and knowledge infrastructures and what their role is, and what that means, what that term means for the nonprofit sector for a while, but thinking with other sector leaders about what is the absence or presence of data infrastructures in their spaces, and what impacts does it have on them. So that's been kind of the area of my work. My company, we started using the T3010 originally as a funder identification service, and we ended up giving up in our competition with Imagine Canada, and ceding that space to them and partnering with them on other work. And so now we just straight up do consulting. We're a management consultancy helping senior leaders, design data or improve their data strategies and implement those strategies, working in the US and Canada. And so certainly I think, this is an area of digitization. It's been going on since the 50s. And in the nonprofit sector, I've been working in it since 2000. So seeing the different waves of people using, trying to take advantage of technology, I think we're at a space now as a sector where we look at this question of infrastructures. What infrastructures do we have? What infrastructures are we missing? And how do we build out some of those things to meet our needs? And leaders of different spaces are doing this. So this project that Paloma's leading here is a great example of how leaders are taking these issues on as a priority and building out their ability to know things. We do similar work in homelessness. There's been in homelessness, there's a bit of a switch now after a long focus and a continued focus on chronic homelessness. There's an investment to look at preventing youth homelessness. So from people from entering into that situation. And so working with people on how do we understand where homelessness is coming from, as opposed to how to help people exit homelessness. And so that's looking at that infrastructure and be like, all right, well, the foster care system certainly doesn't talk to the homelessness system in terms of the information sharing. And there's lots of good reasons why that's not the case, but there's lots of not good reasons why that's the case as well. So looking at how do we address some of those gaps in infrastructure and in knowing. So generally, I see an underinvestment in our ability to know things. I think it's, I'm coming from a conference yesterday looking at the question of working with, or a conference convened by Narinder, whose last name I'm forgetting, but new power labs, looking at the question of who gets access to capital in terms of different minority or different, who's excluded from access to capital, both philanthropic capital and private investment. And so to understand that there needs to be information infrastructure to collect that information and understand people's ethnic identities, disability, gender, sex, all these different things. And building out infrastructure, trying to build out infrastructures to be able to know those things, which I think is, again, an area where we don't have the capacity to know that. And so thinking again about the absence of infrastructure in that space. So I guess the last thing about context I wanted to share about my understanding of this as a technologist is I used to just think about how creating infrastructure can create awareness and create knowledge and evidence. And used to work on saying, okay, how are we going to help different sector leaders create evidence in these spaces? Well, you just need to set up your computers like this. It's not rocket science. It's really not. Or maybe rocket science isn't that hard. I'm not sure, but one of those two. And very much now, probably beaten down by some of the failures in that space. I think about it in the exact opposite way, that data systems are manifestations of care, and that we know about things that we care about. And so that's why we don't know things in the sector, is because we don't, not that us as a sector don't care about things, but we're certainly not the most important, we're not government's priority, we're not, priority in different ways. And when you think about who has infrastructures, robust infrastructures, we can know things, I just think about political economy, and you just look at who's important and who has money, and you go down the line. So the methodologies and the infrastructures in military, defense, very strong, and intelligence. Go to the economy, they're very strong. You go to healthcare, still pretty good. And then you get down to foster care, or understanding different things about marginalization, and there's an absence of robust methodologies, an absence of data infrastructures. And so, yeah, that's how I think about it a little bit, is how can we increase care in certain areas? And once we do that, data infrastructures necessarily follow.
Can I jump in there? I think when we talk about infrastructure in the physical sense, roads and bridges, we kind of know what that means. What do you mean by infrastructure? What would it look like? And you also said there are many things that business would regularly collect and do, and the sector doesn't. So can you give us some concrete examples there?
So infrastructure is a combination of humans and there's different levels of infrastructure. There's a physical layer, but if you think about bridges, there's a physical layer of bridges, and then there's a costing layer, a budgeting layer. There's a regulatory or legal layer. There's an intellectual layer of how do people know, how do you produce people that know how to make bridges, right? So that is part of that infrastructure. If you stop producing people that know how to make bridges, you do not have a bridge infrastructure, kind of thing. So there's these systems upon which bridges are the end output, and they're interconnected. So for data infrastructures, for information infrastructures, I think about to know information. Well, in any area, there's computer systems, there's financial budgeting required for it. There's the people that would use those systems. Just that. So there's something I was chasing that else I was going to say, but anyways, that's my answer with that.
And you said there are things that business normally does that the sector doesn't.
So this was a kind of big disappointment I had when looking at how the sector produces evidence. I came up from working at small nonprofits, organization with a budget of $500,000, and seeing that the way that we produce evidence is it's fit for purpose in a certain way, where we know you know certain things out of it, but it's not especially robust. So you think about impact measurement between nonprofits, between funders and nonprofits. The nonprofit does a project, they do an evaluation of it, and they give that information to the funder, and then that information never sees the light of day basically after that. So it's a weird practice, right? It's a kind of report. It's framed as an evaluation, but the methodologies used, the data systems used, they're not strong. And the people that do them, there's some amazing evaluators out there that are unbelievable, but there's a lot of evaluators that don't have amazing training, and you're a master's student that takes research methods at a university like this would have a stronger understanding of statistics and research, evidence creation than an evaluator. So to see that in other sectors, what their data infrastructures look like, how their evidence producing procedures look like, it's different than the ones that we use in our sector. And again, so I'm a technologist who happens to work in the nonprofit sector. So this is what I look at, is like we see a different set of choices here. So for business, you can find out how many eggs are produced every month from StatsCan. You can find out, you pick an area, like StatsCan will produce information for it to the extent to which it's an important part of the Canadian economy. If you look at something called the social data linkage environment, we have information, there's a model of every single corporate entity in Canada. It's called the linked data environment. There's sex associated with every single director. The sex information is pulled from the driver's license information that exists at the provincial level and assigned to directors. There's landing file they know which employees work at which companies because you have the payroll information, and then they have landing file information. As far as I understand, you can tell the country of origin, or the last country, not country of origin, last country that someone comes from. And that's important. Government needs to know that because it's trying to make sure people are employed. It's trying to make sure immigrants are employed. So they're doing that work. We don't even know that these systems exist in the nonprofit sector. And we're not leveraging them. Sorry, that's not true. In the immigration sector, they do use the immigration IMDb database, but there's robust systems that are used in some sectors, or like immigration, which is seen as more valued, than in other sectors, like homelessness. And so you see the disparities between homelessness, between subsectors that really accords to how valuable they're seen by society and by the government. So business has robust monthly updated information, and they're not told to go find a budget. When they have information needs, the government comes to them and says, we need to find out this, let's work with you on that.
It's a big gap going forward.
Yeah.
David, for all the warts in the T3010, you've been one of the people who systematically uses it. And when we look at our U.S. colleagues, they look at the T3010 and they say, wow, you have data that nowhere else in the world has that level of data, even though there may be mistakes in it. And if you ever decide to go on permanent holiday, you will set the knowledge infrastructure back significantly in this country. So what do you see as the strengths and the limitations, the gaps in the current infrastructure?
Do we have the clicker for the slide thing? Perfect. If you could.
And it's not just the T3010 you work with, I appreciate.
Yeah. So, all right. I thought it was really important to start off a discussion of this with kind of, that's great. I pushed the
green button, yeah.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so I think it's really important to start off with a discussion of what our conception of a nonprofit knowledge infrastructure is, or at least mine. Okay, this is kind of what governs. I thought one of the things that I have seen over the years as the sector talks about knowledge and data and systems and all that sort of stuff is there's an incredible imprecision and many varied definitions of what that means. And really to a significant extent, what definition you have implicitly in your head affects what you think about it, what's in, what's out, all that sort of stuff. So the way that I sort of think about it is a nonprofit knowledge infrastructure has a couple of different functions that it does that are very, very, that are fairly specific. The big ones, of course, are production and mobilization. Okay, anytime that we think about knowledge production and use and stuff like that, we're thinking about these two. But for it to be a knowledge infrastructure, it has to do a lot of these other things, okay? Identifying what needs to be measured, defining things, coming up with classifications, specifying the problem. This is all really, really important, right? I mean, and when you deal with Statistics Canada, you'll see that they actually spend an enormous amount of effort getting all of this stuff defined and reified and concretized, right? The other thing that an infrastructure has to support in able to be truly an infrastructure, as opposed to just knowledge generation and mobilization, is this ability to take the data that is in there. And keep in mind, when I think about a nonprofit knowledge infrastructure, it also is kind of inseparable to a large extent from kind of key foundational data. Okay, now how much foundational data is in that infrastructure will really vary with how mature it is. Okay, as the infrastructure becomes more and more mature, more and more things become foundational. They become very well known, and keeping them in mind becomes very important to understanding everything else and can be linked to everything else. Okay, but the real key thing here for this is being able to take that information from one piece of the infrastructure and fuse it with external data. Okay, we'll do that with classifications as an example. The International Classification of Nonprofit Organizations, which we use a lot of the time, can be used to go from volunteering data, which is derived from individuals, to organizational data. Okay, that allows us to crosswalk over. Okay, that sort of fusion. Actually being able to sustain things over time. An infrastructure that only does one kick at the can, you're not really infrastructural. Okay, that's you know, it's nice, but you really need to be able to see this sort of change over time, and you need to be able to, in a good way, modify what you're collecting to adapt to changing circumstances, right? Definitions change, circumstances change, things like that. Legal environment, what we're regulating will change, things like that. And then always, of course, the monitoring and evaluation. Okay, so that's really sort of the key. All of those key functions are kind of in for what we're talking about as a knowledge infrastructure. And then the other thing is it has to operate according to a couple of principles. And I think, you know, in my mind, these really kind of boil down to being transparent. Everybody can see it. Equity, I have to say, that's been something that the sector has really been on a journey of really prioritizing appropriately. And there have been very large changes over time, particularly over recent time. I mean, I gotta say, I think about it constantly. And, you know, as a young researcher in the field, you know, I didn't to the same extent. I think about it every day, okay? It affects every sort of decision. And then there's this notion of openness. And I don't mean that in the sense of transparency. I mean it in the sense like open software. So my work can be picked up by you, and your work can be picked up by me, and I can build on it and transform and fuse it, right? And that's a very specific way of working, okay? So that's sort of our definitions. When I look at the current state of the knowledge infrastructure, it's a very mixed sort of bag, okay? We have a mix of very, very aggregated data. So we look, and at one end of the spectrum, we have the satellite account on nonprofit institutions and volunteering, which captures the entire nonprofit sector and really puts everybody kind of into three major buckets, subdivided by some activity areas, right? So it's very aggregate, very big, very difficult to see individual organizational realities in it, okay? And then we have very differentiated data. We look at the T3010, it goes down all the way to the level of the individual organization. It is absolutely as differentiated as we probably would reasonably hope for. Okay, so there's this incredible mix of things. What there is actually is very little that's natively in the middle, okay? And it's that middle part that's actually actionable by organizations, okay? Being able to look up what's happening in one organization conveniently is useful in some circumstances, but not as useful as being able to go and look at aggregated data and say, hey, what's happening with organizations like mine? Remember, that was the very first set of kind of questions that people were kind of drilling down as soon as we get any data. Okay. Also, our foundational data, the nature of it and its composition, and particularly our coverage, is very strongly affected by data availability. I know a ton about registered charities. I can't tell you how many nonprofits there are. I can tell you what I think they should add up to in terms of revenue. I'm not 100% sure that it's true because of definitional variability, but that's really, that's a limitation there, right? And our research is increasingly telling us that nonprofits are different. They are acting in different ways in domains that are actually quite important, okay? One area where we are actually fairly well off is we have done a lot of appropriate work in terms of definitions and classifications. We have done a pretty decent job at being able to say, here's the whole size and scope of the sector, here are the definitions that we use to bound it, here are the definitions that we use to subdivide it, and when you do that and you're paying attention in your data collection and generation, then you always know where stuff goes. It's like a big puzzle piece or a big puzzle, and you know where that piece sits. Okay, and that's really what we aspire to, because then no knowledge that we generate is just floating and wasted, right? We've got the possibility for this fusion and extension. Okay, the huge problem that we've got right now, the data's undermobilized. Okay, we are not in general producing the data in formats and with accessibility that users can take advantage of right now. We bury things in reports. We put stuff in data tables behind web interfaces. That I don't know how many of you have worked with Statistics Canada's CanSim online database. I mean, look, I love the StatCan guys. These are some of the people that I admire the most. But that web interface is just like, oh my God, it's inaccessible for most of the user base, right? It is very, very, very problematic. I don't have a better solution for what they're trying to do other than to say, hey, you know something, we in this sector need to build some sort of intermediate layer that draws on that and that is more accessible. The other thing is accessing that infrastructure is really, really hard. It's probably beyond the capacity of most end users, okay? It very frequently requires a lot of work, okay? Almost every project that I start off with starts off with bespoke, specialized work rather than generalized stuff that I've done before, and then builds from there, okay? Very frequently specialized skills and tools that are required to access this. This is not the sort of thing that most people have, okay? And then one of the really key things about our knowledge infrastructure is that we don't have hooks for it to go into organizations, okay? Organizational leaders and decision makers draw on that knowledge infrastructure, but it is, in the vast majority of cases, very difficult for them to take their own generated organizational information and relate that to the knowledge infrastructure. It's like there's this air gap between their data and their experience and the knowledge infrastructure, okay? That is a really, really tough thing to overcome, okay? And one thing that we don't see organizations using a lot is definitions and classifications that are developed elsewhere in the knowledge infrastructure and then applied to individual data to aid decision making, okay? And then the last thing that really strikes me about the state of the infrastructure is it's really heavily biased towards inputs and processes and not about actually what the end result is and what it is we do, because it's so heterogeneous, right? You were speaking about, all of the stuff that StatCan does in measuring outputs. Like my personal favorite, the mushroom grower survey. There is one. Okay? And it's good. Like if you know anything about mushroom growing, it's like, yeah, you know something, if I was going to ask 6 questions about you growing mushroom, those are the questions I'd ask. You know, and it's about industry after industry. There's little things like that. We've got nothing comparable for ours, right? I mean, that's a really, really key issue here. So I was also asked here about what's Imagine Canada's role in this. You know, what have we done? Because we've been pretty heavily involved in all aspects of this. And I don't want to take everybody down a, you know, oh, here are the things that I've been doing for the last 20 years. Let me tell you about all the acronyms, because that would be torture for everyone. Now, honestly, I think the first set here are some acronyms, sorry. But there are sort of 2 major thrusts and areas where we're active, okay? One is as an animator and a convener, okay? And in many instances, what we're trying to do there is bring groups of organizations together and to get government bodies to collect and mobilize better data. And we used to do a lot more of this in the past, and then there was kind of a hiatus. So as part of the National Volunteerism Initiative and it doesn't matter the acronym exactly. We helped, you know, among other organizations, develop the survey on giving, volunteering, and participating. I was the guy that actually ground all of the numbers for the National Survey of Nonprofit and Voluntary Organizations, you know, stuff like that. Now, we were not the only people in town for that. There was a lot of people that were involved, but we played a pretty significant role as kind of the subject matter experts. And so we have been involved in instances where StatCan gathers the data and we generate the reporting and the analysis and the results, stuff like that. And now we are actually in that business again, doing the Nonprofit Data Coalition, trying to bring organizations together and kind of hash out, okay, this is what we need. Here are the points of leverage in government. Here's what we ask people to be doing. The other is really as a knowledge producer, mobilizer, and also as a consumer. Okay, that's a big part of being in the infrastructure. You also consume, you know, knowledge here. The things that are really, I think, kind of the secret sauce of what it is to be in a nonprofit knowledge infrastructure is, you know, part of it is this pansectoral focus. So we try and look at a very broad sweep of the sector at any point, really focusing on foundational issues. Okay, if it is not of interest to a very large component of the nonprofit and charitable sector, we're probably not going to delve too deeply into it. The other thing is really collecting data at this sort of middle ground. Okay, so not so detailed that organizations can't access it, and not so general that they run out of time, you know, or run out of what it'll do for them, but actually at that sweet spot level. Like, the thing that is always in my mind is, can you, as an organizational decision maker, find yourself in the data in ways, and that data varies in ways that are relevant to your identity there, okay? The other thing is really going beyond these sort of point estimates. So a point estimate would be X% of charities say, you know, zebras or something like that, okay? That point estimate to actually talking about the variability by key dimensions like organizational size, subsector, things like that, as well as what's driving it. What are the things in behind it, okay? And this is not like point estimates, very useful. The issue for me as a researcher is when I've gone to all of the trouble of generating a rigorous point estimate that has statistical validity, I'm probably about 80% of the way there of having done all the work. And if I add just a little bit more, I can actually get down to drivers and variability and things like that. So it's a different point on the return on investment curve. Okay, so very, very useful there. We've also worked really hard on keeping our definitions clean so that we can map anything that we do to anything else somebody else does that follows basic principles, as well as being able to extend the data. Okay, so being able to fuse it with something else, with other data sources and stuff like that, we really, really think about that a lot. And there's very little that I will ever do that actually sort of sits and I look at it and I go, oh, something that's just going to float in space. I can't relate it to something else, right? And that's a key infrastructural thing. What I see as our key challenges here, one big one is inaccessible data. So stuff that I know that is produced that is probably good, but where you got depends on the definition. It depends on your scope. It depends on your thing. And always you will find that there are inconsistencies between what you expect out of somebody else's data and what you know from your data. But knowing the differing conditions is really, really key. And a lot of the time where we get really stonewalled is I can't explain these differences. And of course, always the solution is documentation and transparency and getting people to open this stuff up, okay, and or to collect key data that would shed light on that. And I have to say, a lot of organizations have been getting much better at this, at being transparent. Okay, we do see Statistics Canada exposing more of the data so that you can actually figure out, oh, okay, that's how you got there. I understand now. Okay, yep, fine. And that just makes the data so much more useful. Okay, the real key thing here is the amount and specificity of effort required to get anywhere. Okay, what we have really tried to do is keep track of what it is the heck we're doing, so that so I don't have to ask future me doesn't sit there and go, what did you do there? Are you crazy? And then actually, it's the technological levering, right? Like, I mean, that's one of the things that I have really upped since, working with you guys over the years, is just making sure that stuff is recyclable. There are tasks that, yesterday, years ago, it would take me all day to do something. Well, now it takes me 20 seconds. Yay, stuff like that. A really, really key thing here is keeping users engaged and keeping them using the data, okay? Most data users are lightly attached to the data infrastructure, okay? They want to come in and learn one or two things that they need to know right then, and then they want to go away, okay? Whereas a lot of the time when you're dealing with these infrastructural issues, you're saying, okay, look, actually what I want you as a user to have is a way of thinking about the world, okay, of understanding the underlying dynamics, of knowing that, oh, this is how things vary by size, this is how things tend to vary by subsector. That's really what I want out of a lot of end users. And I think the thing that you have to do is just continue to really invest in good knowledge translation practice. It's about, yeah, okay, here you can come in and get the one or two numbers that you need, and you'll come back down the road and get one or two numbers more. It sounds bad, but the way that I think about it is it's like smoking cessation. It takes the average person who stops smoking something like 20 or 30 times to try. Well, it's like, come and get 20 or 30 data points one at a time. Eventually you'll read that report, that sort of stuff, right? I mean, but that's, this is what people expect, and this is just good practice, okay? And then the other aspect here is the scalability and the specificity of the data. So the breadth and depth of the knowledge that users want. It has increased a lot, okay? Fortunately, we're finally at the point with the technology that we're not limited by the printed page. I can generate a data visualization for you that will show you, here's the top line figures, and then allow you to drill down and find yourself or ask your questions of the data. Right, and that's a big thing. That's actually something that is consuming a lot of my time right now, of figuring out, okay, how do we do this? Because the other thing is, frankly, users have gotten better and they expect it. Right? 20 years ago, you would have had a group of people who were largely too intimidated to do stuff like that. Now everybody has been exposed to things and say, oh yeah, well this is normal. This is just how we do business, right? Okay. In terms of path forward, one thing that I would say about a knowledge infrastructure is to be kind of realistic here. As I was on the train coming in, I was thinking, wow, what would happen if we took the nonprofit knowledge infrastructure, we built it out to its maximum conclusion? What would that look like? The thing that kept popping into my mind was the investment industry. Okay, and when you go, like they spend billions and billions and billions of dollars every year getting incredible amounts of data into people's hands so that they can make investment decisions, right? Everyone from professional fund managers to, well, me actually, not a professional fund manager. And at the end of the day, somewhere between 75 and 90% of professional managed fund managers in any given year don't hit their benchmark. Okay, so all of that data doesn't actually help them with their decision making on simple things, simple, quote unquote, like investment decisions. Okay, so I think we need to be like, okay, when we build up this infrastructure, let's not take the field of dreams approach. Okay, it isn't the sort of thing, if we build it, they will come. It's like, look, let's build, they come, we build a little more, and we keep iterating. Okay, that sort of thing. The other thing is really upping our knowledge translation. People now kind of expect multimodal stuff. So it's a matter of not just visualizations and reports, but podcasts, recorded presentations, things like that. Probably events too, things like that. But what we need is to be thinking well beyond the sort of traditional outputs that we have been doing into all sorts of things. And as we do that, we'll build user familiarity with stuff and we'll enhance their ability to interpret and understand data in ways that are easier for us to present. Okay. Basically taking reports and, so we spend a lot of effort generating one-off reports where here's a report on that, here's a report on that. Really we're moving into the things where, yes, people want the report so that they can understand it, and then they want the iterative updates, and more data or more specific data, right? And we can absolutely leverage technology to help us with that now, okay? And then the last thing really that I think all of this depends on for our infrastructure to be healthy is for those of us who are working in the infrastructure to actually be doing a lot more of this engagement and collaboration. Speaking for myself, we're pedaling pretty hard, and it's actually very difficult to coordinate with folks. We have to remember that sort of engagement and making space for the collaboration, deliberately saying, no, we have to collaborate, even when it would be easier not to, okay? And say, no, actually, that's a central activity. That's something that's really central to what we're doing. It's not overhead. And the bias that we've kind of had is like, I don't have time for that. Right? No, we gotta change what we're doing. I mean, and I'm far more guilty of that than most. Okay, but that's really sort of the key here. The central challenge for those of us who work deeply in the knowledge infrastructure is it takes a lot less time to ask a question than it does to answer it. And if we always sit there and say, oh, something, I'm going to get more efficient at answering questions, we're never going to stay ahead of it. We have to have more people who are involved in the answering questions thing and make that more simpler. Okay, it's much more along the lines of, something, we're all participants in the nonprofit knowledge infrastructure. That's really what we need to be aspiring to the maximum extent that we can. Anyway, I think that's it.
Thanks, David. Before we pick up a conversation, I want to add two key components as an educator that I see to this. And the first is people. I wasn't kidding when I said when David goes on a long-term vacation, there aren't many like you in the sector. There aren't nearly enough of you. And that's our job as universities, to be turning out the experts, the postdocs, the PhDs, the graduate students who will go into the sector and do that. And Canada is actually far behind other countries. If I look at comparison to us in the US, we don't do in research in universities and in this and therefore in the sector as much deep analysis of quantitative data. The related part, and we often lose sight of it, is scholarship. To give life and to make data useful, we have theories behind it. We have ideas of models. If I do this and I have data about that, it affects this other thing. You know, think of the mRNA vaccine. It didn't just, COVID arrives and suddenly we can all go to work and now we've got a vaccine. There were years and years of modeling, of theorizing. I spent 6 years as editor of the leading international nonprofit journal in the field, Nonprofit and Voluntary Sector Quarterly. We get about 650 articles submitted a year. 38% of those are from the US. Canada, at 3%, is about the same as India and Spain and Italy, and most of those, and Italy and Spain aren't even, for the most part, since we're an English language journal, working in that as their only outlet. We're just not doing enough in the sector in that upstream part of producing the people and the scholarship. And that takes investment. The reason the US does it so much is that foundations and others invested in programs and in people in the 1980s, and it's now paying off. So I'll step back into my chair role, and I'm going to ask some difficult questions. And Sharmila, I know you probably can't answer this. Let's speculate for us, perhaps. Do you think we'll ever collect systematic data on nonprofits? I know that's not in your ambit, but could you imagine a foreseeable future in which we actually collect more systematic data about nonprofits?
Yeah, I mean, you know, as I said, I did study this topic a long time ago, and you know, even at 25 years ago, there is a gap in terms of the regulatory framework for registered charities versus nonprofit organizations, and I don't know if I'll close that gap in my career, but I'm hoping at some point that gap will be closed. And I think if there is a regulatory framework for nonprofit organizations, that might come with some data requirements. But nonprofit organizations, as they're defined by the Income Tax Act, some of them are required to file information returns for income tax purposes. Now, that information is not available to the public like the charity information return is. There are some in the sector who have advocated to the government to make that information public. Who knows what could happen in the future?
What do you see as the barriers to that?
It would require some type of legislative change. And I think, you know, I had a bit of a internal chuckle when David was saying, you know, he could only guess the number of nonprofit organizations in Canada. I've written briefing notes on this subject in the past, and I would quote Imagine Canada and say, well, Imagine Canada estimates that the number of nonprofit organizations in Canada should be at least equal to the number of registered charities in Canada. So that's the best I could do from the inside. I was quoting Imagine Canada, who was just guessing. So I think
Estimate is just a good guess.
It was a good guess. It was a good guess. So I think with time, we'll see some change. I think there is a lot of attention on the charitable sector. I've been working in this space for a while now, and over time, I feel like we're more and more in the public eye, and I think at one point people are going to start asking questions about these nonprofits and what they are doing and why there is not more transparency. So perhaps that pressure will come. But, you know, I think there are pockets of data on nonprofit organizations that we are not necessarily tapping into, that may exist in corporate registrars across the country. And that's why I said sometimes we complain about not having enough data, and sometimes we complain about having too much data, and we just don't know how to access the data and bring it all together.
That's what you do, Michael, and we see that, and AI coming on full force. Where do you see this going? What do we need to do?
I think you're right that we don't see a path forward to access that data, but it's not that other people don't know very clearly how to access that data, right? For the corporate registrars, StatsCan sucks in the corporate registrar data all the time. It's that they don't care to share that with us. We don't have the ear of StatsCan, and StatsCan is, is accountable to the government kind of stuff. So I've been hoping so a data set that we helped to be made available is a data set of all the grants and contributions made to the federal government, made by the federal government. And I went and talked, I was interested, I wanted to figure out how I could collaborate with academics more. When I first collaborated, I started up a community wireless group, set up free Wi-Fi in Montreal, and very much a university dropout, but always loved academia. So I wanted to collaborate with, I thought there were lots of smart people at universities, want to collaborate with them. So I remember walking around Concordia's communication department, reading the doors of the people in the communication department, seeing how they described their work, and saw someone that had open source on their door, and then had a conversation with her, and we ended up getting a doctoral student to study our group. An easier way of doing that would be get all the grants made by SSHRC in a year, and then do a keyword search for open data for this or for that. The other, SSHRC wouldn't give up that information. SSHRC has a database where they put all the grants, but they won't let you download the data set. So I asked SSHRC, because open government background, I said, can I have a copy of that data? They were like, who's knocking at our door? I'm like, I'm just a person. I'm like, we don't talk to people, we talk to universities. So they're like, go away. I was like, I thought I would ask. So I go to Treasury and I say, open government, citizen, can you please give me all the grants and contributions as a data set? And they said, yes, sir, because of the proactive disclosure scandal and the sponsorship scandal back in 2005. All those, they're very sensitive, and government's very sensitive about spending data. So now that's a data set available with collaboration from Imagine Canada, other organizations. They freed up and created a big data set of all the grants made to the nonprofit sector in Canada. With a lot of them have really good descriptions, and that's one of the data sets that needs to be linked up, where we can learn about nonprofits and charities. Do they get different government grants? Well, those data sets are sitting there. We do know how to link them. You're training people that know how to do that information, but there's no one cares yet enough to go do that work.
Well, and it's boatloads of work.
Yeah, it's a bunch of work to figure out these foundational questions, so you match the terms and figure out your methodologies and create replicable methodologies and do all this work to make it available. But for the nonprofit registries, I worked with other people to, just this week, it was signed into law, beneficial ownership transparency was signed into law, which the government did. Now corporations have to say who owns them publicly at the federal level. They don't have to say who the directors are only, which they had to do before. They also have to say who the owners of 25% or 50% or more, which is enormous. I participated in that 7-year effort with contributions from Imagine Canada, collaborations on it, because one of the provisos of that bill was that these registers have to be public. So that was a 7-year, 10-year battle to get access to the incorporation registries, because StatsCan won't do it for us, and StatsCan doesn't care. So worked with these people that the government cares about about fraud and terrorism. That's why this legislation passed. We're going to ride along that. We're going to finally get access to the registries. It only was a federal bill. but it's going to influence the provinces. Over the next 10 years, those incorporation registries will become public. And then the nonprofit sector will know, without anyone having to care about it, that how many nonprofits there are. So we do know how to do these things, but we need people to care, and we haven't figured that out.
Questions? Oh, open to our audience.
Maybe I can react just a bit. It's been interesting, coming in with a project and coming into a landscape already existing. I think one of the challenges, and I don't know if for you it's the same thing, it relates to a people deficit, as Susan has put it, but it's integrating everything and then cooperating, collaborating, because everyone is under independent pressure. Like, just as we talked this morning, our pace is just crazy, and sometimes it's just, we're so focused on proof of concept, putting it out there, that you need to be very intentional about this. Someone was mentioning that. So I don't know if for you, in your work, it's been like this. And for us, one of the big challenges has been, the uptake by people like Imagine Canada, by the government, others, to leverage what we're producing, because we don't do advocacy. We shouldn't be doing that. That's not our work. And so I don't know, that entry in the landscape has been interesting for us, and we're learning. So I don't know, for you being in this landscape for a while now, like, how could we move forward together? Like, I guess that's my question.
So how could the CICP do more, even more?
It is, like, it really does come down to the last bullet point that I had on my slide. We actually have to do more things together, okay? Because I see lots of attempts at collaboration where it's like, hey, you know something, I'm going to put as little demand on your time as I can, and you're going to put as little demand on my time as you can. And you know something, it doesn't work. We actually have to sort of sit there and say, okay, look, it is worth it in terms of the increased impact and the increased quality of the tools to be of what we're doing, to actually be saying, okay, you know something, we have to prioritize this collaboration and stuff and things like that, and do stuff together intentionally, even stuff that we could do separately, right? Like we have in academia this whole concept of peer review. We have, when we're doing good policy, of co-creation. Okay, I think we have to stop letting all of the pressures that we're under, and all of us are under, just, what has happened over time is that people who work in knowledge infrastructure and knowledge industries, as the tools for manipulating and accessing information have gotten better and better, well, actually, we're increasingly inundating ourselves with it and actually having to spend more and more time to make full sense of things, right? Like, I mean, I got thinking the other day about the types of statistical analysis that you have to get through, you have to get done to get a thesis through committee now, compared to the stuff that I used to read in theses that, people did back in the 60s and 70s. You would do that in an afternoon, these days, right? That sort of measurement and analysis. So, that's kind of the, part of the issue here. We need to, it's like, okay, look, let's bring a bunch of brains to bear on this.
So without spilling the beans, we are collaborating, right? There is a very active proposal that involves AJA and Imagine Canada and our program to create a data collaborative. Where you say it's successful, and a year from now, where would that be? What could it do for the sector that we're not doing now? And where does it, where does it need to go to get there?
Oof. That's a tough one to place boundaries on, okay? Because within a year, I'm not sure it would necessarily go very far, because we have to learn to work that way.
Future.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. We could be in one of those situations where we actually have, instead of us doing parallel play on T3010 data sets, we have the canonical.
We can know how many nonprofits there are next year.
Yeah.
It's been 20 years. If we want to know how many nonprofits there are, it's getting StatsCan's attention. And it's not StatsCan's fault. StatsCan is accountable to government. It responds to government priorities. I'm happy they do that. But we could. It's just a matter of interacting. Like, they have the legal power to throw you in jail if you don't give them whatever data you have. It's a tremendously powerful organization. They do a great job, and they have a ton of data about nonprofits that we are not leveraging, and that we're asking for other people to go create. Just to say, before I was kind of taking shots at the culture of evaluation in the nonprofit sector, what I forgot to mention was that when we do evaluation, we do pre and post surveys in the nonprofit sector. Like, it's garbage methodology. It's really not good. It's not worth the paper that it's written on. Is an example of the type of research that we do, and academics wouldn't do that same level of research. As soon as you add another 2 zeros to the question, it goes from a $1 million project to a $100 million project. The data that people use to answer those questions is all government data sets of education data, medical data, school data, justice data, and they go look up who's in jail, what emergency visits do people have, and they don't survey people and ask for it. Not that surveys isn't a great tool, it's a great tool for different purposes, but there's this administrative data that's being used by our counterparts that have more money, and we're not even that aware of it. So there's these two-tier levels on stuff, and it's a matter of sitting at that table, and StatsCan's the table.
And Sharmila, if we were to collaborate, what could that kind of collaboration do that would help your role as a regulator, or more broadly, policy in government? What do you need from us?
Yeah, so I sort of struggle with this question when I think about the project and coming up with questions for your weekly polls, because you kind of want that independence, and maybe you don't want the government departments shaping the questions, but the type of questions you had around the political activities regime and the changes, that type of information is very useful to us, because it can help us maybe identify some gaps in our guidance products or our education products. We had 2 major changes to the regulatory framework in Budget 2022. So we now have this new granting regime where charities can make grants to non-qualified donees, and it'd be very interesting to see the impact of that change. I think Department of Finance would be interested, but I'd also be interested. Is it they're simply not ready to engage with others in that manner? Is it that we're not providing them with the guidance they need? That would be very helpful. And I think there's other government departments that do a lot of work with the charitable sector. I mean, Global Affairs, I think ESDC is here today, Health Canada. I'm sure they also have a list of questions that, they'd love you to poll quickly.
One example that I would see as a possibility for collaboration, between the various parties here. As an example, the T3010, right? The classification system that is used. The classification system is actually quite good. The assignment of organizations to that classification, quite inconsistent. Okay, like to the point where actually I can't reliably use it. But as an example of the sort of things that we talk about, where openness, principles of that. If we collaborate and we do the assignments into the classifications properly, well, then that's actually something that other people can build on. You know, it's a piece of work that we do that then is extensible.
And and just David's conversation, that's what data infrastructures are. They're systems of people and computers and written down, codified ways of doing things equals a knowledge, infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, do something once, use it many times.
Yeah. I see a question from Dr. Wyatt.
Michael and David, you both talked about knowledge translation. And David, while you're right, the people in this room and watching online are the type who want to get onto that web graphic and drill down. There are probably a lot more people who don't want that and want you to say, here is why you should care about this data, these data. Does this data collaborative need to be using logs and publications, and not necessarily peer-reviewed stuff, but peer things, charity to charity, saying, this is why you need to care about what we've just learned? Is that going to help us?
I think so, yes. I mean, so I'm just thinking back in time, way back in time. We both, we both remember what it was like when we had just come out with the NSNVO. We had just done the then NSGVP. Okay, we came out and we had a ton of new data, but then it was the sort of thing where we actually had a lot of time and resources devoted to that awareness campaign. And all, like, for those of you who haven't been in the sector for 20 years, the sector is a known thing now. It's known, it has boundaries, government refers to it, all that sort of stuff. Back then, it was invisible. Like, it was nothing. And that what you're talking about, that charity to charity, that umbrella organizations, volunteer centers, I have been to many volunteer centers back in those days, giving presentations on data to all of the member organizations, right? Yeah, that stuff is very, very central. And I think particularly important in this environment that we've got. I mean, we used to do that sort of stuff on paper at events, okay? What we've done, we're now a very disaggregated, society. We do direct-to-direct communication, stuff like that. We need to figure out some way of counteracting that sort of atomization, right? That those sort of centripetal forces that kind of pull us apart, right? With the time pressures and stuff like that. I mean, really, we're talking about things like sort of sector identity, norming. What does it mean as a leader of a charity to be thinking about things? Oh, well, reflexively, I'm going to think about, well, what is the data and where is the place that data live, so that I would refer to it.
Time for one last question. Christine.
Trying to make this fairly coherent because it's kind of evolving in my head. But I agree, though. I recognize that you're from CRA, and so you're talking about from that regulator perspective. But what I hear is a lot about compliance, transparency, regulation, sort of enforcement of the cost of the tax credits. And then we heard about the mushroom growers and how much data there is. If you were to, and this would be for anybody, if you were to sort of make a balance between the investment in that compliance regulation versus the investment in the data that we actually use and learn from, and compare the sort of the private sector business world to the nonprofit world, what would be how would the weighting be? Would it be, where you're spending 80% of your data resources on compliance for the nonprofit sector and 20% for investment? Is it 50-50, and what would the comparator be in the business world? And it's an unfair question, but just...
It's an interesting question. I guess maybe the comparison is really at Statistics Canada and how they divide up their budget amongst the various economic sectors in Canada. Again, quoting some work from Imagine Canada, they've produced numbers on the number of individuals employed in the charitable sector in Canada, the percentage of our GDP that it represents, and it would be interesting to make those comparisons.
So comparing the CRA investment to the StatCan investment for the two sectors and sort of looking at the ratios of the balance.
Yeah.
And it strikes me too as being someone who struggled through her first couple of P3010s and the registry filings and whatnot, that the attractiveness of Paloma's project is that I get that instant gratification. I understand the question, they're relevant to me, and filling up a P3010 is like, oh, I got that right.
Well, if you have trouble, just give our 1-800 number a call and we'll help you. And when you file electronically, you can get some instant gratification because we'll send you a message to say we've received it. So
As we close, 30 seconds from each of you on, as we go forward to build a stronger knowledge infrastructure, what's the one thing we need to do collectively or pay attention to? David.
Boy, it's really that extensibility. Okay, it's the thinking. Like one of the questions that was in your prompts, right? Are all data initiatives compatible, right? And the answer is absolutely. I mean, I can think of, there are ways of making them incompatible if we place too high a respondent burden or something like that, or we're being frivolous or all that sort of stuff. But, no, everything is compatible. You just have to think about it first. That's the issue. If you have data initiatives that are incompatible, you missed a step. That's really, I think, kind of the long and short of it from my perspective.
Mm-hmm. Michael?
Again, I think data systems are a manifestation of care. It's figuring out who cares about what specific questions, and then data systems are they're innovative for the space, but they're settled areas. Computer science departments work on emerging issues. These are settled, mature issues that other sectors avail themselves of. So there's nothing new that we should be creating. There's no, I shudder to think about AI being used in the sector because we shouldn't be innovating. We should be following other sectors that are more mature in these spaces. So it's figuring out what are the questions that people care about. Is it the new policy around giving to nonprofits, and we're worried about that blowing up in people's faces? Are we worried about inequality? Are we worried about employment and building out data systems that are not innovative, but innovative for us around these using just standard practices? And so making sure we're aware of the standard practices. And that doesn't mean trusting me, but it means familiarizing oneself with how these systems are built and run. Mm-hmm. And that means they're going to look a lot like other large information gathering systems, like other sectors. So it's figuring out what things are that people care about, and then pushing this so their awareness, those people that care about these things are aware that these are the ways that people show the value to those problems in other spaces.
Sharmila, what would you have us think about or do?
I think from T3010 perspective, it's really about a joint responsibility. So I think charities need to provide the most accurate and best information they can on their annual information returns. And I think we need to provide the best educational support that we can for the sector so that they can do that. And that's going to happen through a dialogue, so we know where the challenges are and figure out how best we can support. And I agree with David, we have to think about new ways of getting that information out there beyond the traditional tried, true, and tested methods we've used in the past.
Great. Thank you all. Please join me in thanks. Lots to think about.
Thank you. Fun.
And we have a break.
Can't believe we got to talk about this.
We come back
Hold
at
on,
4.
I'll be listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those people over there.
All sorts of questions.
sit and come back for one last time. Hello? Yes. Thank you. So for one last time today, our last session is an armchair discussion. Just to tell you about an armchair, because some people are like, what is an armchair discussion? It's a discussion that's a bit more informal, where we kind of feed off each other and we involve also the audience. So if you have a reaction, it's not just us talking, you can add a commentary or through Slido if you have something to add. So I will introduce my colleague. So our last discussion will explore the current data landscape, deliberate on the implication and prospects of data use within the charitable sector, and extrapolate lessons from other industries such as government. I think it was earlier that Michael mentioned why we should be learning from spaces that have been doing things and learning about new technologies. So that's our hope today. Some of the questions we have are, what should we prioritize? Where should we tread cautiously? How can we engage diverse voices? How can the CICP project further evolve to be an asset for practitioners and policymakers? And so we hope to have an open and candid dialogue and setting the stage for data-informed future for all in the charitable realm. So I'm pleased to introduce my friend, Professor Ojo, who has joined the School of Public Policy Administration as a Canada Research Chair in Artificial Intelligence and Governance. His research is primarily in the area of digital government. He studies how digital and data technologies can be used to support innovations in government institutions and address societal challenges. He is keen on understanding the conditions and technical design requirement for the beneficial and ethical use of data-driven innovation, advanced analytics, and artificial intelligence-based solutions. So in different contexts, such as the public service and policy context. So today we hope to draw from his extensive experience and imagine how this can or cannot help the nonprofit and charitable sector. Prof. Ojo has published well over 200 peer-reviewed articles, books, and countless reports. He is the expert on data-driven innovation, and I hope we can learn what's next for the sector. One thing that probably you don't know is that Boyega and I have a standing meeting every month where we just have coffee and discuss, imagine, debate. And so basically this month is our meeting where we're going to talk and hopefully you join us in thinking what's ahead, what's the future. It's been quite a pleasure to have him in the school and have someone also who's dreaming with me and then overcommitting with me. So that's why he's here. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's start now. I'll join you here. Okay, so can you tell us a bit about your background and what you're working on currently?
Okay. So by training, I'm a computer scientist. Did my PhD in AI many years ago at the University of Lagos in Nigeria. And after that, I moved into research in the area of software engineering, particularly while I was at the UN University. UN University may be new to a number of people, the idea, but UNU is a unique, it's a think tank for the United Nations systems, headquartered in Tokyo, Japan. and has centers in different parts of the world. So I worked in the UNU first as a postdoc and research fellow for about 8 years, doing work first in the area of formal software engineering, designing software systems that could be rigorously specified and verified, to just ensure that they meet design, goals and requirements. And then later on, my work morphed into doing that in the context of government, in kind of digital government, and that's actually how my inroads into digital, government started. So at Macau, I did not just research, but I was lucky to engage in several practices, regarding the development of strategies, architectures, and implementation of digital, services in the context of digital government, not just within Macau, but in different parts of the world, as because the UNU remit, it's usually not bound to one place. It's really about developing capacity in different parts of the world. It's linking universities from the north, global north, to the global south. Right. So, and we usually, and the focus is always tackling issues that are not in the traditional purview of regular, universities. So with that gave me a lot of experience in terms of not just doing research in this area in digital government and, the use of digital technologies in government in one context, but in different parts of the world, in Asia, in Africa, Latin America, and that was good. So I moved to Ireland in 2012 to the Data Science Institute and led the e-government unit, where I did a lot of work on data-driven innovation in government. My research focused on building data infrastructures for government, and also not just for central government, but also for local governments, right? So, and there's a lot of lessons to us. In previous, session, I was listing some of the challenges that colleagues were discussing in the sector, and I could relate to that, and I may have some comments, on that and later. So I did that for about 8 years, within data science and engineering context, and then moved to the business school for 2 years, and then I moved here last year, to the policy school. So I've straddled engineering, business, and I'm now in the policy, school. So I'm an interdisciplinary researcher. My research crosses all this, both technical and policy, business, and mostly, policy and government context. Now, regarding some of the projects I'm doing now, I think I'll just mention two that I think are exciting for me. So one of the first one is really on generating insight from feedbacks that are produced from patient and service users in the Irish health systems. So I'm working, my research involved working with the regulatory agency in Ireland called Health Information and Quality Authority, the Department of Health, as well as the Health Service Executive, which is the delivery sector. These three entities, they've developed the National Care Experience Program, which actually collects feedback from service users of the health system and tries to use the evidence from that to improve the whole, and my research essentially is how will they harness the less structured part of the data, the open response data, using advanced analytics, AI, to provide very precise, actionable insight that, could just make the difference. So, and I've been working with those three government agencies for the past 5 years. The project is still ongoing. It's like the shock equivalent of, the CIHR equivalent of what we have in Canada, called the HRB in Ireland, and we'll finish the project next year. And the second project I would like to highlight is the one I'm currently doing, which really is on looking at how media has been framing the AI safety problems or issues over the past 4 years, from 2020 to now. I'm trying to understand what really is the public, at least as framed by the media, the public perspective of AI safety issues. And why that's important, for me is that has consequences for the kinds of regulations that is now being developed. And not just looking at this longitudinally, but also looking at how different regions of the world see this problem, all right? Because US says will say the problem be different from Canada and a bit different from EU and from India, and so looking at these various differences, and of course trying to understand what could be the reason behind these differences. What voices are we seeing there? What venues are these issues being discussed, and what consequences will they have for policy? And doing this work, what's very interesting, I'm using cutting edge AI techniques and text modeling methods using a lot of LLMs. So I think OpenAI will be I'm one of their good customers. We're using the APIs almost every day in terms of doing, I would say, advanced analysis of the textual information that usually is the base of the kind of data that I use. So those are the two things that.
Just not really busy, I say. No.
No, not too busy.
Not too busy. So in your research, you've examined how digital technology can spur innovation in government. So what lesson you think the nonprofit sector at large can learn from this in terms of adopting digital solutions to enhance their operation service delivery? A lot of the discussions we've had, or that some circles have, is, let's leverage these AI, let's do more. And what are some of the lessons we can take from them?
So I think, I will approach the question from the point of view of how could the sector effectively going from where it is currently to, being able to use these technologies, effectively, well. And I think, looking back at the government, at the journey, the digital government journey, in the government space, the first lesson that I would like to mention is the role of leadership. I think by far that's the first, factor that I think is most important. There has to be leadership within at different levels. First, I think within the sector, to be within the organizations that may want to use these technologies. Of course, if there are associations and groups that are at the sector level, they'll play a role as well. But I think more importantly, I'm talking about the leadership within the organizations. All right. So if I have an NGO, for example, or a non-profit organization, I as a leader if anything's going to work there, it rests squarely on my ability to be able to say, this is what I really would like us to achieve with it. This is why you guys have to be on board with me as my team, all right? And the resources and the incentive that is actually needed is actually provided. And I will give you one of the, and this, I must confess, because I went to digital government research, this was the first thing I would read from UN reports. But I was not on the field then. I was just trying to get into the field, and I would always say, okay, yeah, of course, it's an obvious thing. But once I was on the field, moving out, what I would notice is that no matter how senior the people in the room are with me, for example, we're discussing their strategy or the program for the agencies, they are always looking out for the next senior person to be there, particularly the head of the agency. If the agency is not in the room, there's this idea that most of the things we're discussing actually are just not going to be done. They're not useful. It's just for chat. I'm sick. That is going to end where right at that meeting. The people that go to meetings are not in the room. We're just wasting our time. That happened in one agency, second agency, third agency, and they just started seeing this pattern all over the place. All right, so. It's not just, of course, this is well recognized in literature, and you see it over the place, but I have had many experiences, interacting, directly with agencies and working with government officials, and really, if you don't have the senior person there showing commitment, coming in intermittently to the initiative, discussing, the people just feel they're wasting their time, all right? So that's the first thing. And so clear communication of the vision, and supporting, and then the second is the readiness. And readiness in different areas, readiness in terms of technical, readiness, the infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot of discussion infrastructure here. So whether we're talking about the, technical infrastructure, the computer infrastructure, IT infrastructure, data infrastructure, definitely they have to be, they have to be there one way or the other. If they're not there, they need to be built up to a point before any reasonable benefit can be realized, there.
So you're saying there are steps.
There are steps.
Before we
Readiness,
get
exactly.
to, because earlier in a panel, was it you, David, or Michael, who said, we have to be thinking. It's not just okay, let's do it. It's kind of building up to that. So that's what.
Yeah, so readiness is key. So in all this discussion, you can't skip that step, and that may take time. So, for example, in the government sector, up till now, every year, the UN every 2 years will release the global, digital government, survey. Right, over 20 years, it's still being done. So, still to assess the readiness. Well, although we don't call it readiness, then we just a survey, but essentially, it's still looking at how mature these capabilities are within government, all right? So but before you can even think about doing anything reasonable in that space, you have to build it up, all right? So you have to build infrastructure up, technical structure, skill people, you have to give the people competence and the need. So that's I think I would say the second thing that readiness has to be taken. And then the third one, which is maybe most difficult, is of course the cultural change, all right? So also linking back to some of the discussion that had happened previously, one of the things that I would think would be one of the problem is that organizations must just believe that there's a value in using data, for example. There's a value in using in digitalization, in digital transformation. If the value is not clear, they won't do it. Why would they do it? I mean, so
the return on investment needs to be clear.
Yeah, clear, and then you convince, and then you try to change the culture of those people to now. I mean, once again, it goes as leadership that you believe that this is the right thing for us to do, right? It's the right thing for you to. Then you have to get everybody to follow. You have to find a way of changing the culture so that people begin to rely on it. Okay, rather than if you bring in something, say we have to do this initiative. Okay, why should we have to do it? What evidence do we have? What's the quality of the evidence? Are there alternative ways of doing it? What more rigor, more things, so people now, we know this will not pass if we don't have all this, So I think, and that culture change is a very, very important one because first and foremost, particularly from the government, aside, the government, people always believe that they're already doing enough, and anything that has to do with technology, data is an additional thing, to their work. So they don't want to be heroes. It doesn't add to their pay. So you really have to, have a system that actually that will, I won't not say compel, but I will at least encourage them to change. So say, if you don't do this, maybe you're going to be left behind, or this may be, what you may be missing, and then of course the last part is the change management, part of it. All right, so. You're developing capabilities, to improve readiness. You're changing culture through different, initiatives. This is a change, process. You need to manage that change so that you can really sustain it. Right. So that's I would say the fourth point. This will be there are a number of other things, small things that are there. For example, the institutional support. So for example, there is the government of Canada, for example, really putting money to help the small, non-profit and to really to digitize. Are there incentives? Are there programs and policies actually helping? That will be useful. All right. So those things are there, but I think more importantly, the organizational level and individual level factors to me will be those would be the key things.
Yeah, and it's hard because we've been talking about I think our step is even behind, like what's the state of digitization in the sector. If we were talking about we don't know the number of nonprofits in Canada, so we're starting. And so there are clearly things we need to settle in order to move along and leverage this to its capacity. But the interesting thing is, I find, because we've been talking about how can we harness ChatGPT, OpenAI for the CICP. We're producing so much information. How can we use it to summarize it, automate it? Because there are things we can do with it, right? Yeah. And practitioners in the sector sometimes are kind of in this paradox. You need to build technical skills capacity to use efficiently that technology. Yep. Would you use that technology? You could free some time to automate some parts that you won't necessarily need, while freeing time for the tasks you really want to do, creation, and things that really require only you. So I guess, what opportunities do you see for nonprofits in Canada to leverage this technology and improve their outreach, advocacy, or service delivery? Thinking more practically around ChatGPT and things like that.
Yeah, but before I answer that question, maybe just on the last one of the things I think really helped in the progress in the government space are some of the surveys. And the surveys were done by many different actors. So you had UN doing one, you had some key universities doing annual surveys. You had Accenture running for many years on best practices, and we had Brown University. We had about 5 or 6 surveys that were coming up till a period of, maybe up till about 10 years ago. Now UN is the only one we have that is still there. But this was actually creating a lot of pressure and competition among states. And of course, we also had surveys at local, at national levels. But these were really, sometimes were linked to smart cities initiatives, rather than just digital government. But they really, helped in providing some form of, I would say, it was like almost a branding opportunity at the sub-national level and local level. At the national level, it was really a big deal. Some people got fired. CIOs lost their jobs, after survey results came out. So
and the surveys about the readiness?
About readiness, about the quality of digital services being provided, the impact in terms of engagement, participation, quality of digital services, and of course quality of infrastructure. Usually in these 3 areas, infrastructure, services, as well as e-participation level. So that helped a bit. So why I brought that up is that if there could be an entity that would just shine some light into what's happening and release regular reports in that sector, for example, in the area of digital transformation or digital, use of digital technologies within the nonprofit sector and charities, that might make some difference. All right?
Yeah, but you've seen the data. So in March, we decided to ask, because, we were starting to use a bit and leverage ChatGPT for our own purpose in the project to help us sometimes draft emails or do little things. And we got curious in saying, how are people, like in the sector now, in March, it was publicly released in December, how did people use it? So we did ask in week 12, we asked questions. And what we found was really interesting is that people, maybe that it was so new, I don't know, I'm really curious, but people were not seeing that it could be transformational, not seeing that this would fundamentally change the way charities work. And we asked again this question in week 42, so 3 weeks ago. We asked the same question, and we see that from very skeptical or not sure what it was, there's a movement towards more positive, but still very kind of at arm's length. Yeah. Not sure.
So I think there are reasons, for that. So maybe first let me just highlight a few of the opportunities that I see that are very obvious, and then I'll give an anecdote of a friend of mine that is running a nonprofit, and some of the things. I mean, I have one of the things he just sent me last week on using ChatGPT, for as a key tool that's using in running his own nonprofit. Okay. So I think first is, of course, the obvious part is what you've described. You want to draft mails. You want to. That's one obvious, use that people that I see a lot of small businesses and nonprofits, use it for. Currently, for those that have some automation capability, they're able to now do more targeted, I would say, again, communication. With the tool that may require a bit more skill than just sending one letter at a time. But with just little, and the skill gaps are not like, big, leap. They might be able to do a lot of automation, for example, to send letters to like 500 people. I already have a spreadsheet that actually tells me the context of these different, targets. You can write very customized targeted emails to them. This will have been extremely difficult, even for a technical team to do, I would say like last year or 2 years ago. All right. So, and the third part, which I feel is extremely important, and I don't see much, and many people talking a lot about this, is knowledge management. I think David was talking about this earlier on. Knowledge management in the sense of the organizations, and this is not just restricted to nonprofit, by the way, it's general. You have a lot of information, a lot of data collected, a lot of information and documents, reports already existing within this organization. Most of them are actually in digital form, Word documents, whatever. Being able to analyze, there's been no better time or that we're now able to analyze this content, in a very, very advanced way. All right. So I could have, for example, I'll give you an example. We could have maybe reports on 2 initiatives that, or 2 projects that were completed last year, similar ones, but different outcomes. You write the reports are actually written now. As of now, you can actually just basically ask, you're through ChatGPT, upload them, these 2 documents, and say, look, analyze this document and tell me, what is different about this, the way we've gone about doing this project that could have accounted for things. Some theories will come out, and you'll be shocked sometimes at how good they are. In fact, what I have open in front of me is actually an analysis that my friend did. So he runs Tessera, it's a non-profit entity running out of Toronto. And he did his 3rd quarter report, threw it into ChatGPT. He would usually do, that was the first time I heard of it, frankly, SAD, MAD analysis. I think GLAD, for maybe people in the sector, the acronyms.
Yeah.
Acronyms. I didn't know it, So he threw it into it, and then from that report, automatically this came out. All right, the analysis, what I have in front of me, is produced automatically. All right, and interesting, for my own research, I do this kinds of analytics a lot. Very complex, things that you get from data that it was just impossible to do that now. Now, you could apply the same thing to the knowledge that you have within the enterprise, within the organization, and say, look, give me a summary of all the projects you've done, tell me everything that has gone well with it, what are the issues we've had, compare, contrast, you can even link some of these things to external information, depending on the kind of skills that, how much investment you want to do. And you have your results, all right? So, and you have that produced. That's one area that I think holds a lot of promise in terms of just the improving the amount of knowledge that can be created or garnered from the assets that the organizations actually have to, in of course, improving, how they do things, all right? So this is another a part that I think deserves more attention and more investment. And I can understand why this may also be an issue, because you need some capabilities to put this information together in a form of knowledge base. All right, even if it's just packing them in SharePoint or in OneDrive, and being able to now direct like a small script to check them and answer some of these questions. All right. By the way, for those that pay, that have access to the $20, ChatGPT Plus.
Yeah.
You could do this. You don't have to write the script. Upload it, analyze it, and that's it. Or just throw in your another anecdote is my friend will always, after every project and spreadsheet, want to hang out with me for 30 minutes to analyze the spreadsheet. He doesn't call me anymore. I say, no, I can do something better than what you tell me, Boyega, and with ChatGPT. And he does that himself. Great reports, great analysis, Yeah. So this is someone spending 20 quid, a month, and getting so much value from, You could scale this up. This is just an example.
Yeah.
In fact, this particular person has done a course in Toronto on advanced AI and data just to improve his own skills in this. That's an example. So some people are actually doing it in the sector, all right? The reason why this person was able to do it again is because of the background. Whether the person came retired from Shell, for example, all right? So where teacher innovation was key. So this is going to be the things that one will have to also look at. You know, you have different cohorts, different groups of people in the sector. The backgrounds are very different. How do you really incentivize? How do you develop their capacity to appreciate the value in this and invest in it? So this is it. If you invest, you're going to get a value, that's for sure. But most may not even appreciate it. So for those that do, they're investing very fast and they're getting their returns.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's interesting because some of our results look at the skepticism that some people have, and there will be a moment, I think, before, you know, the public release of ChatGPT and after, the same way when Google appeared and we were like, what is Google? And now we think in Google. And I think using this technology will change also culturally the way we think about solutions, not necessarily the problems, but okay, how can I figure out to do this? And think in kind of almost a prompt way, the same way we think sometimes in a query way when we're on Google, like how can I get the information I need? But if we think about concrete examples, and you named one, I think analyzing a lot of information, again, we go back to this idea of steps. What I see sometimes when talking with students or even teaching is workflow issue, literally at that level. How do you save your file on your computer correctly so someone else can find your information? Yeah. It's almost about knowledge management practice, because the information is there. It's just getting it together.
Yeah, so I mean, and this is, it should not be surprising that the existing capabilities within the organizations will determine to some extent how they're able to leverage some of these new opportunities of technologies. I think that's reasonably, almost reasonably obvious. Having said that, that doesn't prevent even organizations that don't have that level of capability or reasonable level of capability to invest and develop so that they can also do the same. Mm-hmm. The question there is just how do you inform them? How do you provide the opportunity for them to learn what's possible, you know, and maybe why they should be investing, you know, their time and resources in that, so that when they do, you know, they're able to now see the, you know, the kind of outcome or the results that, you know, are there. So for those that already have some level of capability, their capabilities, they quickly, you know, move on to that. That's the first thing. Second thing is that just like any system, yeah, there has to be processes, there has to be approaches, you know, to ensure that what has to be in place is there for it to be leveraged, you know, to achieve any goal. So if you want to use, for example, ChatGPT or large language models capability or any form of generative AI capability, for instance, just an example, you could use other kinds of AI as well. You need to know, you have to put in place the basic things. Okay, first you have to, you know that you have to subscribe to those things. You have to learn how to use those prompts, you know, or get someone into your organization that can use it, invest, all right? Even if it's just part-time, it's just if it's not even full-time, maybe part-time, you know, let that person train one or two people within the place, you know, and start trying it out, maybe first starting from emails, and gradually, you know, refine, you know, the knowledge, you know, and then move into something a bit more complex. There are tons of resources on, you know, freely available on YouTube, over the internet, on how to use some of the things. So availability of information and on know-how, and it's not the issue. It's just, you know, reaching out, you know, knowing that, you know, reaching out and grabbing, you know, and those things. So, and even the cost is not a problem here. It's just the organization. It's just knowing that this is useful and we have to invest time. I'm not even I don't think it's even resources, because there's a low entry for, particularly for technologies like large language models, you know, and generative AI tools. what we're talking about here is, very low. It's not, we're not talking about enterprise IT systems. We're talking about, an AI service, that you want to use. You're using over cloud, cloud infrastructure. So, a policy organization, it's just been systematic. You can't get anything, no matter how small you are as an organization, without any form of, systematizing the way your processes, clear documentation. You don't get there. And that's something that is also very important. So beneath all the issue of digitization of whichever skill you talk about, the process has to be very clear. So you have you have clear process, I would say definition, description, or specification, no matter how formal you want it to be, even if it's just identifying that, we have, in this organization, we have 10 processes, and this is what this process are about, this is what we need to execute them, this is what we produce, and this is how frequently they are done. That's the owner of the process. It doesn't have to be as rigorous as that. You have something less than that, but at least you have to be aware of those things, all right? And I think this is where it is. So the organizational aspect is where I think the issue may be. Certainly not the resourcing for particularly if you talk about some of these new technologies. Yeah, the frontier technologies in AI particularly. Yeah. LLMs. Yeah.
I wanted to open up and have some people either react to what some people have called this new era of artificial intelligence. We're like literally in it. Have some of you used these technology? Do you see how it can be applied? What kind of support would be needed? And I'd be just curious that we start kind of thinking about these things collectively. Yeah.
So it's something
Can you introduce yourself?
Sorry, I'm Amanda from the Losses Foundation. So it's something that we started thinking about. Our concern, because we do think it could help us be more efficient. I'll give a concrete example. We get a proposal from a grantee. It's super long. We always reduce and summarize the information for our board, so it would be helpful to use that process. But the concern is that it's then, an open source, right? And then it becomes public. So the concern is with confidential information. I say confidential. Perhaps the grantee might apply to another funder and spin the project differently or ask for a different amount of money, whatever. You get the gist of my example.
Yeah.
So how can we be sure that the information is confidential? I know there's a business version and they say that that's confidential. I'm not sure I believe that. Maybe
No, I mean, so in terms of the disclosure that they make, that's what we know. But the practices you just avoid putting any personal identifying information on, there. So you may put the body of the, and there are two ways here. One is a easy way, accessible way to everybody, which is strip off all the personal identifiable information, parts, from the document, and then upload it to the service. Hopefully, it's more of the enterprise business version, and that should be okay. Now, the way this technology works, it's not likely going to just have a copy of that thing showing up somewhere else. No, it doesn't work that way. All right, so you don't have to have that fear. But having someone's personal information, traveling from Canada to somewhere else that you don't know of is very serious, and there's a lot of, I would say, red flag, there. So that's something you don't want to, do, at all. So, but as long as you've taken that off, and it should be fine, all right? Now, there's another way you could do that. That's a more secure way, which will require some, maybe some much more, I would say, high level of skills, to be available in-house, which is something like someone like myself and others will do, which is we write our own, program scripts to process the information right on our own data. Now, it still takes our data and send it, there, but at least we control a lot regarding where the main data is sitting. So it can take parts and bits and pieces that we want to send to analyze, off, but we have more granular control over that. So you can also do that. And an extreme. So for example, when I use this to process, health, these are comments, all right, from patients. They're not like health records. We do that locally. We do that on our server. So I don't throw it to, for example, to OpenAI, service. I use a smaller version of what they have, trained on this campus here. We run the model here, and we produce our results, from it. Okay. Again, that requires another level of skills and expertise, to do that. But it's so, and that may be expensive, of course, for any non-profit, to do. But my point is that you could still use the available public, service in a very careful way, all right, removing, those things, and I think there's very little risk regarding the text as it is, just showing up, somewhere else, as if what you have in a plagiarism, detection software, it doesn't work that way. So I will not have that fear.
If we're dreaming, okay, so it would mean that, because I'm always, when I hear these conversations, I'm always thinking, what's the role of us as scholars in universities? We could think of an AI lab for the sector where we are the ones processing that and offering, hey, I can help you support that. But to do that, we need more you and more me's and more, right? Like just, I'm just
in
kind
fact,
of.
So in fact, no, that's true. So the thinking, I think, of the Canadian government is actually towards that direction.
Okay.
To have something really, because I was listening to, so I was in a panel 2 weeks ago with the tri-agencies, and one of the panelists there was actually mentioning where the Canadian government is going with that. So that's a very good initiative, and I think idea. That's something that will take away some of this problems, issues.
So another project to start, come on, we're not busy enough. A comment?
I was just going to say, I talked a little bit earlier and had a conversation with Nancy about shared services. And this is an ideal
shared service.
It is. Yeah.
Something in place now. Before everybody has their own HR policy.
Yes.
No, I think that's an excellent point. I think so. Yeah. Really good.
Heather Norris from the Ottawa Network for Education. I was going to make a similar point. I think because it's so new, it would be invaluable. So when I think of like our organization and the size of our organization, I've played around with and tested ChatGPT.
Yeah.
It works phenomenally well if you work with somebody who sends really long emails.
Yeah.
Brilliant, but I don't know enough about it to know all the areas. Like if there was a course for the not-for-profits that says, here's the top 10 ways you should start testing or using ChatGPT for the benefit of your organization, it would save me, it would save you, and everybody in our sector from trying to figure out where or how can I use.
Yeah.
What's the best way for me to start using ChatGPT and testing it for the benefit of the organization and the benefit of the sector.
But and that's something the project like year 2, where with the community education kind of center that we have, that the main challenge with the project is capacity. Like we have a clear map of what's needed. We just have to free some resources. And so I was telling to some people in December, we will really have these strategic conversation the year ahead, where do we allocate our time, resources, what do we need to, and that's an area of capacity building that's urgent, needed urgently, right?
Sector, right? And this is, I think, a great example of we can't compete with how quickly the private and the public sector are going to mobilize their resources and move forward. Yet we also can't afford to fall behind.
Yes.
Like we really are at the point of like we need to really be mobilizing to make an incredible impact early on before we fall behind.
But also, like, I think the sector, and it's not that we want to add to our plate at Carleton, but needs to also leverage the capacity universities have to have their own servers, to have people with the skills, to have people, you know, so I think it's more also finding, again, it goes back to our question of collaboration. What's the need here? How can we leverage? And, you know, places, and I just want to mention Carleton has been, like for the CICP, has been very good in some ways. You know, the administration, sometimes bureaucracy is something else, but very good at saying, okay, what resources we have on campus, how can we put them together? And there is definitely, maybe in this area, something to think quickly, efficiently, to say, you know, your needs, okay, your needs, let's find a strategy. I don't know.
Just, I have a question. Are there mechanisms for building this this kind of shared, you know, services and infrastructure for the sector? Are there mechanisms here for existing mechanisms? Yeah.
I would say, based on my experience, which is limited in Ottawa, I would say that no, but I think this could be
Something we could. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have Bob, and then after I have, yeah.
So just following these 2 points, you have to show us what it can do.
Yeah.
We will then develop the structures within the sector or make demands on other universities to provide the training. But right
Not on other universities. Carleton, yeah. Just say.
all of us can be at Carleton all the time.
No, but it shouldn't. It should be bigger, right?
Particularly on something like this, where there are issues of sensitivity.
Yes. Yeah.
We probably want some hands-on instructors,
Yeah.
not a virtual instructor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but at this stage, what we think we can do with it is still very uncertain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so somebody needs to take real-life examples involving the sector and say, this is what you can do, and show us how it gets done.
Yeah.
And get our interest up. Because right now, my perception is there is more fear than excitement.
And the data shows that. The data exactly shows that.
Yeah.
Not sure. I had Paul, and then after I can come back, and then David. Okay, Paul. Yeah, on Monday. Yeah, I spoke on it.
They're already looking. It was hosted by Foundation Magazine, and they're probably going to give us a whole bunch of case studies out of it about applications.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think then they're going to talk about kind of how to go forward. But again, wonderfully enough, Carleton and the team are there.
Yeah.
To take those studies. But what I'm also worried about is we need the university's checks, balances, ethical considerations, because I am seeing it used in fundraising right now, crazy aggressively.
Yeah.
Also with no checks and balances. Without the questions, is this the right thing to do just because we can't do it?
Yeah.
And some of them are terrifying. Someone actually sent me an ask letter written by me. Me asking me for money.
Yeah.
Using my words, using things I put
Yeah.
online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, that's also the checks and balances we need, because we're dealing with a lot of public data, personal and private.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Monday, one of the talks, so I presented the data of the sector, the data we collected, which is really the fresh off the press data that's out there about how the sector, the charitable sector is perceiving this. And there was someone who was talking about this hyper-personalization of ask letters and fundraising towards donors. And one of the questions I had was, do donors agree to be put in, because they were talking about recording phone calls and then analyzing these phone calls to see if your fundraisers brought up the key terms, and I was just like, hold up. You mean to tell me you're taking my voice without my consent? Because I was asking, I'm always a troublemaker. So do you have consent? Do you have this? And I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. Universities, to do this CICP project, the Research Ethics Board is a fun process. But we had to jump through so many hoops to make sure that how we keep the data, how we identify, how we standards. And now, right now, it's the Far West. It's concerning. We had, who was next? I'm losing, okay. Someone over here was next?
No, she's next.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, but maybe David.
Why does the model classify things this way and making that more visible to the end user? I mean, because my experience with ChatGPT is very much, I was able to induce the model to say things and attribute them to me.
Yeah.
According to Imagine Canada, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Now, kudos to the model.
Yeah.
I probably would have said that, but I didn't.
Yeah.
You know, and that's
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How do we know how, like, being able to test and check those assumptions against our perception?
So, and there are many experiments ongoing currently. You know, I was in another panel this morning where we discussed some of those issues, and I was relating some of the initiatives at the Stanford's Human-Centered, AI, lab, where they're actually doing evaluation and testing and looking at audit tools that end users can use against this, I would say consumer AI services, not the enterprise, AI ones like ChatGPT. These tools are being, are oncoming. For example, the first was about was essentially just testing these foundational models that are open source, throwing open data to them, checking their technical metrics in terms of precision, recall, accuracy, all this kind of stuff, and then publish and just make it public. All right. They also have a sheet, for example, where they publish the model transparency, and they're updating it as frequently as possible as the new versions of those models, there. There was another one which was very interesting, a tool that actually allows you to see the effect of how the model reacts to protected attributes like race. So it has a phrase, a sentence. You skip the protected attribute part, and then you tell the model to fill it in. And then you see the behavior of the model in terms of if it's negative, it's going to put some particular categories there. If it's positive, it's going to put, all this kind of stuff. These tools are actually being developed now just to empower us as end users to be able to actually test, them. Now, David, the question is it's a deeper question that you asked in terms of how this is going to evolve. It's very unlikely that we're going to have a neutral system, right? Because even if you test the systems and you see that, again, one of those tools, for example, was about testing the system aligns with your own values and worldview. So you're given a set of data set to rate. Then they project this small data set into a larger model and see how the model will behave. And that tells you immediately whether this is the model you want to use on, because whether it aligns or it doesn't align with your view. Despite all these things, I feel just based on how these big models have been trained over time, except you're tuning them, which I do in my own work, all right? So I have to do that in my own work. Because research, and for context, and I think this will also become more popular, but more a very common, practice as capabilities and skills develop in the space. You begin to maybe, move it from the particular orientation or epistemological, maybe dimension or view or perspective it has into something that more aligns with what you believe in or what your organization believes in or or your own world view, things like that. So, but that has to do with how you augment the training of the model with what you are able to provide that may not be there. That also means that you need to be able to provide the data for training, which is another hurdle, that has to be crossed. So this is there. So what the model providers say is that they are working every time to make it, more aligned to the more general, values of the public, what that means again is it's not clear, but we see improvement. At least when it comes to things like bias and discrimination and so, it's coming down. We see that they are actually working towards that. OpenAI has an alignment, a team that are just keep working on how to at least even things out. Yeah, but I think transparency, having third party, and different communities actually throwing out, developing tools and helping us understand these models, it's just, maybe the way to go for now. All right, and hoping, of course, with the coming regulations, we have the Bill C-27 in Canada, we have AI in Europe, executive just passed in US on top of the Bill of Rights that was there before. Hopefully, all this the effective regulations as well may help to actually get things there. But we're a bit in the Wild West now. Things are just like a bit, there. So I appreciate the fears in terms of complete misuse of these tools. Is very possible. Weird things are happening. We don't know reality from things anymore. But it's. I think that's the role of regulation standards and things, which unfortunately have just been developed. We are just a bit away from from there.
There's a good question online saying, and I was thinking about this question of biases, and on Monday we had a discussion about, yes, it is biased, but we can flip it and think about how it can be helpful to learn more about our biases, actually, because the data will reflect what we're putting in. So what are these biases? Identify them, work on them, and then address them. One of the questions we have is, there's been example of AI-generated image that are created based on outdated stereotypes or things like that. Since we work with vulnerable populations in general in the sector or marginalized population, what's your opinion on this link?
Yeah, so again, it's there currently, but I also think that every day, every release, these issues have been addressed, all right? So we don't have a perfect model currently. What these models are doing are frankly, astonishing. It's unbelievable that we actually here at this time. I did my 1996. I dropped my thesis in AI, neural nets, actually this area. I can't even dream. I could not have dreamt then that we're going to be here. It's just impossible. It's like, even 2 years ago when I started some research projects on natural language processing, what I'm doing now was unthinkable. All right. So this is the kind of leap we are making. All right. So with that, we're going to have issues. Right. So I think we have to be realistic. All right. So, but what I also see, to be fair to those, there are some issues. Not all these models are open. So even if they are open, you may not understand what they're actually doing. All right. So because
it goes to access, you have to understand what they're doing.
Yeah. So, but there are active, ongoing efforts at improving them anyway. So the kind of bias, the kind of stereotyping that you see in the earlier models are actually going down very, very fast.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's one should be concerned. All right. So one of the things is also, I think, and I agree with, show us the proper way to use those tools, safe way to use those tools. I think it's a very good idea. As a researcher, I use these tools in a particular way. There's something I just don't use them for. It doesn't make sense for me to use them for that. I use them for things, for reasoning, for extraction information, things that are a bit, far from like values, like things that, that could be. So I'm not using them for, even for sentiment analysis. I'm using my own libraries, collection of libraries, and checking how these models agree. I don't pick one. I don't say because OpenAI is the best. I run 8-7 libraries together and they vote, and I say, okay, I'm going to go with this. So and I think that kind of very, I would say, thoughtful, rigorous approach to using this technology is also still necessary. The fact that they are very good, that you can do anything you want to do with them, demands responsibility. You have to use them reasonably well. So we need to catalog. I agree. How the sector can use this, in a good way. At least in terms of the low entry or low barrier, also use cases.
Yeah. We're We need to familiarize with that. We have time for maybe one or two kind of other question, and then it's going to be it. I don't know if there are other reaction or kind of ideas. Yeah?
I don't know very much about this field, but I was listening to somebody in the sector who just thought that technology was great because it helped her complete all of her grant applications.
Complete her grant app. I'm just repeating so people online can hear.
It saved mountains and mountains of time.
Yeah.
And I sort of reflect on that and I think, well, this is just being completed by a computer for you.
Yeah.
What's the meaning of that grant application that you're filling out?
Okay.
Is that the right way
Yeah.
of operating?
Yeah.
Is that the right way to get money out of a funder?
I'll answer that question directly. First, the answer is absolutely no. You can't do that. And most of the funding agencies are now trying to come up very quickly with their policies on the use of ChatGPT and other large language models for grant, proposals preparation. Just like we in the university, business have also tried to develop some guidelines on what how our students can use these tools to return assessments, to us. All right, journals, academic journals have, publishers have released guidelines on what you can do with those things. So, for example, they will say you can use it for things like maybe editing. All right, just the way you are going to use Grammarly and all those things, but you can't, use it to generate any part of your text. All right, that's something that they will say. And they will also say you can't generate any image, from it, except it's part of your research design. All right? So for some funding agencies, for example, in Australia, it's capital NO. You can't even use it at all in the context. I think the funding agency for the health system for health research in US, forgotten the name now. They also said no. Our own agencies here, agencies are trying to come up with. I was in a panel three weeks ago on this topic for SHOC, NSERC, and CIHR, and the idea was, what kinds of, should we be thinking about? And there'll be hopefully very very soon we'll have very clear guidelines on how you can use this tool, if at all, in the grant, proposal preparation process.
I think it's happening, and I'm not sure that all of the foundations
are catching it. Well, yeah. So, yeah, it's this is well, but I think the quality, frankly.
Yeah, I've seen the.
Frankly,
quality.
if you automatically generate a proposal from ChatGPT and you get a grant for that, there must be a problem. There really must be a problem. I think no matter how good that tool is, it's not to that level of
But
then the bar must be so low, for grants, for that particular granting agency. Maybe for and this is also something that. Which I agree for charities, they may have to, and of course, this is something that will have to be taken very seriously.
Yeah, I found personally, for someone with some neurodivergence, it has been particularly helpful for me at least, to organize, channel this burst of creativity. The ideas and everything comes from you. And then that helps you produce a box, because it's based on models. Like, let's say that you wanted to write a novel, a romance novel. There's a formula, and these algorithms help you kind of stick to the formula. But the meat, you have to provide the meat. And if you provide bad meat, it's going to be a bad proposal. So I think we just have to find that balance. And personally now, I'm erring on the side of caution and very transparent, because I do think in maybe 5-6 years, the technology will be able to detect, and we're gonna have a crisis maybe in the science as well, where now they're looking back at experiments and saying, what was this? Your data, because people didn't think, nobody's going to notice. Nobody's going to know. Oh, they're going to know.
So in fact, one of the prescribed use for these tools is actually for clinical trials. So there was an article in Nature Communication, I think just a few weeks ago, that was actually talking about how this kind of tools should be used, some of the real value, which is in reasoning. So people don't really ascribe reasoning a lot to ChatGPT for just generating text. But it has so much reasoning power, and they actually, so some guys in Germany were actually using this to analyze clinical trial results and flag inconsistency in those results, which is, and these are good things, all right? So rather than, some of the
compliance
ways of so there are opportunities here, so.
Yeah. There's so much more we could say, react, I think, and push, but I hope that having these discussions also collectively makes us realize that maybe there are areas of collaboration, maybe there's areas where we can leverage also us as scholars, university, because we're having these monthly discussions, what could we do, and trying to even add stuff to our plates, but the idea is not that, but it's collectively think about this, because this is new, this is happening, whether we like it or not. It's happening. So, it's really, we're in the AOL time or net zero, whatever you used back in the days to connect to internet, and we're like going to the modem like a bit faster. We're there. We're not at the high speed of AI just yet, but we're getting there. So. On this note, I want to thank my colleague and friend, Dr. Ojo, for his time, expertise, and really, he has been so helpful working to find ways in which we can leverage the CICP data and find new creative solutions. And this is part also of our monthly discussion. So I want to thank you for your time and willingness to kind of engage with these questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And now we're at the end of a, I think, fantastic day. I want to thank everyone really from the bottom of my heart. Thank the funders that have supported and kind of risked and had this vision. So thank you so much. After 1 year, we learned so much, and hopefully year 2, we'll learn even more. Thank you for taking the time to be with us online. So for everyone, thank you. And to be here in person, and hopefully see you next year on year 2, and we'll even have more discussion. So thank you so much for the day. And a round of applause to my team as well. So I want to acknowledge Kelly Matheson, our Chief Project Officer, who has answered millions of your emails, because emailing me is fruitless. And so Kelly is the one. To Kim also, who has been diligently analyzing, looking at the data, and working on the community center, thank you. To Sai, who has been working on this dashboard so hard, programmed it from scratch. Nothing like this existed. So we're still working on this and finding creative way to automate our work. So, thank you. And I don't know if there are other members of the team, but really, you're as good as the people around you. And something that stuck with me, something that people say, everything worth doing is worth doing badly. What it means is, if you need to walk 10,000 steps, walking even 500 is good. And, even if it's not your goal. So, year 1 was kind of proof of concept, and there's so much more we can do better. And I hope we'll all come together to do that. So thank you so much. And we'll see you next year, hopefully. Thank you. And please take food home if there's food left outside.